so far at Burt. They're still doing the 65 and older, or the people that have like diabetes and other things in that phase 2 group I'm talking about.
Because we seem to have more slots open over here than they do on the mainland. The people, he knows of a few people that came over here from the mainland to get their shots. And the people that are his age, not your age or mine. Apparently there's no way that they don't check on, they take your word for it, that, you've got a comorbidity.
Well, I think they're doing a really good job with what they're doing.
Well, they run you through this really, really nicely. And some days they even have someone out there volunteering to play music while you do your 15-minute wait, before you can leave.
Wow. Okay. All right. Who's on? Is everybody on except Christie's having some problems? Wendy's not on yet.
What do you mean Christie's having problems?
With the computer getting on or something. Eleanor, Seth, I got his name written down. Is he the guy from the solar panel guy?
Seth Sakamoto. Yes, he is a panelist.
Okay, great. Thank you. I just want to make sure I have all the names right so I don't miss anybody.
He should be on the. There he is.
I know everybody else, obviously. Derek, the man, there he is.
Hello.
So we might just wait a couple more minutes and see if Christy can get on, and then we'll just know that Wendy's going to come in at some point. I'm not exactly sure. Did Leslie get in touch with you? Leslie Johnson, Eleanor?
No, she did not. And while I have your attention, I need to know who 15082211424 is. You need to let me know is that
Dave.
It's me, Eleanor. It's Dave.
Yeah, Dave, I'm sorry. I was supposed to tell you that Dave might be on the phone. Sorry
Dave,
about that.
I'm going to rename you. Hold on.
You giving me a special name?
What would you like that to be? Captain? Captain, my captain?
No, make it hey you.
That guy.
Yeah, I don't know how to.
It's nice to see that the COVID things are down to 0 again.
Yeah. Okay.
So who are we missing? Christy and Wendy, and we know that Jack is not attending.
Jack's not going to be here tonight, right?
Correct.
I'm here.
Christy's here.
So we're just waiting on.
Oh, Christy's here now?
Yeah, and you said Wendy is.
Oh, great. There you go.
What about Wendy?
Wendy's coming on in about 10 minutes.
Okay.
And then Jack is not going to be here, but I don't think Leslie's. I don't see her on here.
She wasn't here last month, but I hadn't heard from her either, so I don't know. But typically she's not on island.
Yeah, I know. She's in Florida right now. Still.
That doesn't prevent her from Zooming, as like all of us.
No.
Dave is, wherever he is, but nonetheless.
Yeah, I'll text her and see if she's coming on.
She was on the meeting in the meeting in December, if I recall.
Yeah, she was.
So.
Yeah.
Anyone heard whether Mike is still alive down in Houston?
The last I heard, he's still working from home, but he's still there.
He didn't freeze to death, huh?
No water damage in the apartment, so
He's lucky. He's lucky.
No.
Okay, so before we start, just want to, Judith, can you see more than me? I got 9 in front of me, and then I have another 9. Okay, So Eleanor, are you able to tell me when somebody, wants to speak or not, so I can
Yes,
you know.
I am co-host. I will keep an eye on attendees raising their hand. We do have currently 16 attendees. That may increase. So I will do my best
Yeah.
while taking minutes and sharing screen to keep an eye on that. But you might
Okay,
want to
great.
remind me from time to time because it's
Yeah.
a little.
Any help is greatly appreciated. So we'll wait a couple more minutes. Christy, you're all set, right? Okay,
Yes,
great.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Dave, you can hear me okay, even though I see just a green square now?
I can hear just fine. I can hear fine. I don't know how to raise my hand on the phone though, but I'll just butt in if I have to.
That's good. Okay, well, we'll get started then, and we'll wait, and Wendy will come in whenever she does. So, welcome everyone to the Planning Commission meeting for the 15th. We are now using the Zoom webinar, which allows for public to participate in the meeting as an attendee. Attendees must register to participate. The registration link is unique to the meeting. The registration link can be found in the description of the Nantucket Government TV YouTube live feed for the meeting. People registering to be an attendee must use their names, otherwise they will not be allowed to participate in the discussion. Attendees will join in listening mode when they can click to raise the hand button if they wish to speak. The chair will call on those who have raised their hands in the order that they were raised to the best of our ability.
Nat,
YouTube chat.
Nat,
Yes,
I'm very sorry to interrupt you. I just want to make sure this is being on YouTube. I don't see that it's appearing. So let me just make sure that you see it? You see it, Holly? Okay, sorry about that. It's not showing on my.
No, that's okay.
Make sure we're all.
That's okay. You guys know more than us, I'll tell you that.
You guys not see it? Does everybody not see it or not?
I'm trying. There it is. I had to refresh. I apologize. Sorry for.
No
wasting-
worries. Okay.
And sorry about that. The YouTube chat will no longer be enabled. All questions should be directed through the chair. As a preliminary matter, this is Nat Lowell, Chair of the Planning Economic Development Commission. Confirm that all our members and persons anticipated on the agenda are present. So we'll go through a roll call of who's here. I'll start with Fritz. Mitch McClure.
Aye.
Judith Wagner.
Aye.
John Trudell.
Aye.
Dave Iverson.
Aye.
Christy Ferrantella.
Aye.
Maureen Phillips. She might be muted.
Aye. Aye.
Thank you. And Bert Johnson.
Aye.
And Leslie is not here. Wendy Hudson will be coming on, and Jack is absent. And Nat Lowell, Chair, is here. Guests that are on right now for Related Matters, Seth Sakamoto is here for the presentation for the solar panel project for the town. And Derek Schuster from the state is here. Holly Backus, the preservation planner, is with us tonight. Thank you very much for being here, Holly. Is Billy sad? I didn't see Billy's name up on the screen. Okay, so Billy's not here. Okay. And Leslie and Andrew and Eleanor. So we'll start out with call to order and accept a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Roll call.
Yep. Fritz McClure,
Aye.
Judith Wagner,
Aye.
John Trudell,
Aye.
Dave Iverson,
Aye.
Christy Ferrantella,
Aye.
Maureen Phillips,
Aye.
Bert Johnson,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Thank you. Minutes of December 21st and February 22nd. the minutes of the 21st. There's been some questions about some of the language in the minutes that we've went through. So if anyone wants to make a
Move to
motion.
continue. Move to
Continue.
continue.
The December 21st meeting minutes, Judith,
Yes.
is there a second? All those in favor, starting with Fritz,
Aye.
McClure, Judith Wagner,
Aye.
John Trudell,
Aye.
Dave Iverson,
Aye.
Christy Farentella,
Aye.
Maureen Phillips,
Aye.
Bert Johnson,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. The minutes of February 22nd, does anyone have any questions, errors, omissions, additions?
Move approval.
Second.
All those, thank you very much. Roll call vote, Fritz McClure,
Aye.
Judith,
Aye.
John Trudell,
Aye.
Dave Iverson,
Aye.
Christy Farentella,
Aye.
Maureen Phillips,
Aye.
Bert Johnson,
Aye.
and chair votes aye.
Mr. Chairman, for the note,
yes.
it's Wendy Hudson. I'm present now.
Wendy, thank you for being
Sorry to be
on.
tardy.
Thank you. Okay. So what time is it now? 6:13. Thank you. So public comments, if anyone has any public comments of anything that's not on the agenda. Otherwise, we'll move on to each item and take comment on some of the hearing items. If anyone is on, I don't see anyone. Eleanor, you have to tell me what's going on, so.
Someone named Pamela Hasnar would like to say something. Let me promote her. Would you like to hear?
Okay.
I think she was already, where'd she go? Hold on.
So her first name is Pamela?
Yes.
Pam Hasner is from Highway District 5 at MassDOT.
Oh, okay.
She was there and now she's.
Oh.
She's back.
Okay, hold on.
Okay.
And then Jerry Vigil also wants to. No, I don't see her. Damn. Here she is. Sorry, there she is. Got it.
Okay, thank you. I just having some trouble with the audio and video, so I just wanted you to know that I was here.
Oh, okay.
I don't.
Derek, you didn't tell us.
And you're from, I'm sorry,
There she
where?
is.
I'm the project development engineer at Mass DOT District 5 out of Taunton, which Nantucket's in, under
Okay.
the District 5.
Okay. Okay, and there was
Okay.
another hand raised. Nat, 1 second, please. Jerry Vigil would like to say something.
Okay. Welcome, Jerry. Can you hear us, Jerry?
Yes, I can. I'm sorry.
No,
Yes.
that's okay.
So I wanted to know the protocol here about asking questions and making comments about the topics of tonight's meeting, in particular the solar panel array for the Wauwinet Water Companies.
Okay, so just for a point of order, point of clarification on this, when the planning commission looks at some of these projects, we're not taking action. Like, we don't have any regulatory authority for this. This is something that comes under us as far as like review sometimes, like with wind stuff, things that have happened in the past, and we generally weigh in on these type of things. So this is not, this is strictly an informative agenda item with a presentation. You can make a comment, of course, but what I mean is this board does not have, any say in what happens or doesn't happen.
I
Okay,
understand.
Jerry?
I
Okay,
understand.
that's good. That's fine. We haven't had any of this for a while, so it may be new to some people. Okay? All right. So but you can certainly comment, it's, after the presentation.
Okay,
So-
thank you.
All right, so are we good, Eleanor, now? So we can go on to the 3C program?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Andrew, or Derek. First is the 2022-2026 program.
Yeah, so hello, I'm Derek Schuster for those on the call. I'm the Regional Planning Coordinator for Mass DOT for the Nantucket region. The two items we have on here, we've added for all the regions this month. This is when we would discuss, the development of the federal fiscal year 2022 to 2026 Transportation Improvement Program for the island. The TIP is where any projects that are receiving federal funding, any transportation projects receiving federal funding are reflected. I invited Pam Hasner from District 5 onto the call as well in case anyone had specific questions, but basically, as has been discussed in meetings past, the island does not currently have any regional target projects programmed in their federal fiscal year 21 to 25 TIP. And unfortunately, without a transportation manager on staff for the last year, there hasn't been a champion to work with our highway district office to further develop any new projects to use regional target funds in order to program on the TIP. But there is still a Safe Routes to Schools project using statewide target funds to program, I believe, next year. And the Nantucket Regional Transit Authority also receives funds that are reflected on the TIP as well. That's the status update for the TIP. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, does anyone have any questions?
Nat, it's Christy.
Hi, Christy, go ahead.
So I know that we missed the deadline for this fiscal year. What are we looking at for the next fiscal year? Like, how soon will we have to start those discussions?
So for maybe Pam can explain succinctly just what project development's like for projects that end up on the TIP, because I know she's more involved in that. You there, Pam?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I could go on all day about this because this is what I do all the time. So I just wanted to extend an invitation to, meet at a later date and discuss, any details for project development, any projects that you might be interested in. It is a fairly complicated process, but it's not that difficult broken down. So basically, the TIP, the Transportation Improvement Program, it's a 5-year federal aid program, and projects can be developed for advertising on this program for different federal aid eligible activities. Either the roadway has to be above, there's a certain classification, an urban minor or an urban minor collector or above. I know we did a project on Stone Road not too long ago. And then there's other, categories: safety, bicycle, pedestrian. Your Orange Street shared use path was a project that went through the TIP. It's really an ongoing process. A project would need to go through. I keep hearing somebody rubbing. It's the phone.
Yeah, Dave Iverson's.
Yeah.
Everybody, please
I'm
mute yourself if you're not talking other than that, because you might need to talk, please. Thanks, Dave.
There he goes. Sorry.
So a project needs to, in order to become a TIP eligible project, there's a process, a project need, project initiation, and then, a Mass DOT committee reviews it, the project review committee, and then either approves, denies, or tables the project, but, generally approves as long as it's eligible for federal aid funding. And I am more than happy, and my staff, to work with Nantucket to go through that process. Once there is a federal aid eligible project, then it's up to the MPO or in Nantucket's case, it would be your commission to program that project on the tip. And then there's a full design process that goes along with that, basically design, environmental permitting, and a right-of-way process. And all of that has to occur to get to advertising. Some of the projects we advance, Mass DOT, other projects the municipality would advance. Like anything on a municipal roadway would be your responsibility. We, as I mentioned, had just advanced the Milestone Road project that was recently completed. And that's actually the only state highway on Nantucket. So, I mean, that's a 30,000, maybe 60,000 foot overview of the process. But basically, you need to get a project approved. It has to be a federal aid eligible category. Once it's approved, you have to go through the design process, which is the engineering, right-of-way, and environmental permitting, and at the same time secure TIP funding. And I believe, and Derek might have a better idea, but I believe Nantucket gets, I think it's around $700,000 a year.
I think it's like
for
500 to 600,000 each year. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, you can advance construct a project. There's different rules on that, but a project can be advanced constructed, which means it can be funded over like 2 years, as long as it meets the requirements. So if you had a project for like $1 million, it could be funded over 2 years on the tip. But, a project would have to be within a public layout. That's critical. And then basically, federally eligible category. So I'm more than happy to work with, whomever on Nantucket to help you advance some projects and use that funding.
And I'm just going to add to what Pam said. One of the reasons we build a 5-year TIP is because it does take some time for projects. Some projects can, be ready in 18 months of design to advertise for construction. Some can be 18 years. It really depends on the nature of the project, the public process, et cetera. But although there's nothing forecast to be programmed on your TIP for the 22 to 26 TIP, if circumstances change next year and you have and you've worked with the highway district on advancing a project sort of on those steps that Pam had highlighted, you might have something ready to program in the future TIP. We do this every year. So, or questions?
That's a great point, Derek. Projects do take quite a bit of time to develop, like in the order of years, especially if there's extensive environmental permitting or right-of-way. So, you need to try to queue up projects as early as possible.
Okay. Whoops. I lost my screen. Not lost, but I'm on a different screen now, so I apologize. Andrew, do you have anything to add to this with Derek? I know Rob's not on. But
Well,
I'm glad, Pam, I'm really happy that you're on right now, because I can tell when somebody knows what they're talking about. and you know what you're talking about. I can just tell just by listening to you. And you're definitely from Boston area too. So, you know, that's pretty obvious. But like we've, you know, sort of been in the same situation for years with Mike, and everybody knew that's come through this board, that's come through anything to do with the DPW, they've known how difficult the TIP process is and complicated. But it was just sort of happening by itself with him. And then of course the stuff that's related to all the criteria, things would get taken out, something else would get put in. We skip a year. Like the Cliff Road bike path always comes back to me as being the most difficult thing we've ever done in Nantucket with the tip. And so it's good to hear you say that, because it isn't that easy. And I think that there's a kind of a mindset that we're sort of, you know, throwing away money because we're not, you know, doing what we need to do, but it isn't as easy as it looks, even if we had a transportation planner right now. So, and it's too bad it's a use it or lose it type of situation, or at least it seems like it. But I do remember you just mentioned that there was a way to extend, you know, projects to be more than 1 year and utilizing the funding for each year for those subsequent years. Is that how I read you?
Right,
I
that
think
would be.
I think we did that with the in-town bike path, I believe.
Exactly, the Orange Street or in-town bike
Yeah.
path. That was like a mix. I mean, it gets pretty complicated, but you can start simply. You know, that was a mix of regional target, the Nantucket money. I believe it was advanced constructed over 2 years, which basically just means that the target covered, or that, you know, when the project was advertised, it was programmed for 2 years of your funding, and then it was supplemented by state funding. But,
Yeah.
you know, not to get into the weeds, but, you know, there are different funding mechanisms. And one of the biggest problems I see on Nantucket and Martha's Vineyard to a lesser extent is projects cost a lot more because you're an island. So just, you know, it's difficult to ship the materials and labor. There's not as much competition with the contractors. But I mean, that doesn't mean that you can't use the money on a smaller project, a sidewalk, you know, small section of shared use path, or, you know, an intersection that might not need that much work.
Yeah. Yeah. Just one more thing, and then I'll just take anyone else's questions. Andrew, would it be, or Derek, I guess, whoever's, I mean, has Rob met Pam yet, or does he have any communication through you guys to her at all? Because whatever's out there for projects that we have as a town, forget about whether it's, you know, where it came from. It's the whole design thing and all these different pieces that have to be prepared and pass muster for TIP funding. Before we, in fact, have someone that's in charge of all this, maybe there's something on, you know, the DPW list that could work somehow in this program. You know, I'm just kind of hoping that that's possible. I don't know about Tom Nevis, but nowhere near that, Andrew. So I know. So
Mr.
it
Chairman,
just isn't. Yeah.
this is a continuation of the same discussion that we've had. We do not have the capacity right now to, I mean, the state officials have been great. They've been more than, you know, welcoming about helping us get through the various, you know, where we need to get through this year. But Rob doesn't have any additional professional staff to help with this. He has no time to, you know, enter into this process. We need to fill the transportation planner position. That is 35 hours of directed time towards that effort. And that's where we have to be. You know, I'm sorry, but we're not going to have TIP projects developed for this year until and unless we get a new person hired for that position. We're going to discuss that later in the meeting, but there is just not the capacity right now. As I've told you over several hearings, there's no senior planner. That professional job has not been funded. It continues to be unfunded in the current budget. And it's unrealistic to, think that we can cut additional time here and there to fill in those critical 35 hours. So the transportation planner job needs to be filled before we develop much of anything on this tip. Our UPWP is again just a Band-Aid, similar to what we did last year, to keep the lights on and keep going until we get that position filled. So.
Okay. Yep, it's true. Okay, so does anyone else have any questions before we?
Let's see, can you see my hand right there? Nat?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Go ahead. Sorry about that.
No, and Andrew, I understand, and it's very frustrating. The thing that I've just been trying to wrap my head around, and I don't know about any of the ins and outs of what funding and things do, but maybe, and I don't know, Christy, if you've raised this at the select board, or given the amount of money that could be made available, and given the fact that it's, is there a way to, is there a way to hire, for the town to hire a consultant or somebody who has got the ability, at least, on a temporary basis until we can hire somebody to do this? Because I don't think we're paying anybody anywhere near $500,000. So not that we would have gotten all that as money to go play with, but that the amount we're losing or we're not being able to access isn't there some other way to get the expertise on board that so that money could be used for other things? And again, Christy, I don't know how much flexibility the town budget has, or what the select board can move around, but it just seems, it really seems like we're trapped, and because we can't hire somebody, and that just, I just find that, I just wonder if there's a way to really think outside the box and try and get at this differently, because to miss having this money because we can't hire somebody, it's just, it just seems like it's a really awful situation to be in. And I just keep thinking there must be another way to skin the cat, but I just don't know how far we can. Derek, are you? Okay.
Go ahead, Derek.
Yeah, I can address that a little. So the other item for discussion on here, the FY 2022 Unified Planning Work Program, the UPWP, as Andrew started mentioning, is what pays for transportation planning work. It pays for the staff, it's federal dollars, and the UPWP spells out different tasks that they'll perform, whether it's traffic counting or running analyses on GIS and preparing maps related to transportation projects, developing the TIP, developing a long-range transportation plan, or any other transportation-related tasks. One thing that regions can do is, if there is any work that they are going to sub out to a consultant, like for a research study, that's approvable as long as it's programmed in your region's TIP, or not TIP, excuse me, programmed in your region's UPWP, spelled out in that way. I would have to confer a little further with our federal partners about what amount of UPWP can be disseminated on a consultant's work, because the work the consultant does needs to go to one task, not all tasks necessarily. But there are ways that you can leverage the assistance of a consultant to perform some of the tasks outlined in your region's UPWP. And you have the last thing I was going to say about UPWP is that you have some time to develop that. We don't anticipate a draft needs to go out before May. but the UPWP does need to be endorsed by all regions by the end of June. The tip needs to be endorsed no later than May, which means that it'll likely be released at your April meeting. I hope that answered your question, Maureen.
Yes, Derek, thanks very much. And maybe we can figure out how we can follow up, best follow up on that. You know, it's not obviously not my area of expertise, but I was just looking to see if there was another way. And that sounds, maybe that's some kind of possibility, because obviously it's been so difficult for us to find, you know, somebody to fill Mike's shoes. So that's, appreciate that very much, Derek. Thank you.
Judith? Thank you, Maureen. Judith? Sorry. Muted, Judith.
Muted.
If I
There we
understood
go.
what Andrew just said, we're going to have further opportunity for action later in the meeting tonight.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it may make more sense to hold off further brainstorming till we see how we resolve whatever is going to be raised later in the meeting. I assume,
Agreed.
Mr. Chair, there's a reason that's later in the meeting right now. I think people probably be ready to take that up if you wanted to move it ahead and shift the sequence. But maybe, I know we've got visitors here and that they have priority about what time they're expecting to present. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Judith. Andrew? You think that that's a worthy thought? We take a vote to take the agenda out of order, or do you want to just continue?
No,
I think you, oh, okay.
I see I see the value of that, but there's other, I think, we did schedule this to get the other items addressed here, and
Well,
proceed with that.
okay. I think that, I think Drew's point is well taken. We're going to be discussing this later, and it's very important that we all are focused. So, thank you, Derek, for your patience. Pam, we appreciate you being here, and you're right about everything you said about Nantucket is true. It's very complicated beyond just tip complicated. It's everything else. So thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah. Do we need any action on the UPWP, Derek? No. Okay. Thank you. All right. So we can move on to the solar project
Yes,
presentation.
I know Lauren would like to open the presentation for you, if that's okay.
Yep. No, that's what I was going to say. Yep. Thank you, Lauren. I can't see you, but I know you're there. There you are. Thank you.
Okay.
Good evening. Seth, thank you.
Good evening, Chairman Lowell and members of the commission. I do just have a few remarks before we get into the details, and I toss this over to Seth. But thank you for hosting us this evening for our municipal solar update. The development of local renewable energy is something that the town has been working on diligently since before the founding of its energy office in 2011. Since then, we've seen the island's electricity usage grow exponentially year over year at a rate 3 times the statewide average, with the island's electric load more than doubling in just the last 15 years. Over the last decade, as we focused primarily on energy efficiency efforts, we have also conducted numerous site assessments, engineering studies, adopted several key town meeting articles, and made numerous procurement attempts to install solar at town properties, including at the airport and Nantucket landfill. In August 2019, in response to an increasing public and town leadership interest in renewable energy and resiliency, the town issued a request for proposal for the development of municipal solar projects. The RFP invited developers to bid on a variety of town facilities and properties, which were identified as available and of interest to town departments. Ultimately, SunPower was selected as the winning bidder to develop a large ground-mounted array at the Wannacomet Water Company property at 1 Milestone Road, along with a smaller grant-funded roof-mounted array at the Surfside wastewater treatment plant. So to cover more of these key project details and milestones, I am pleased to introduce Seth Sakamoto, project developer from SunPower, and I'll be happy to answer any questions at the end. But with that, take it away, Seth. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren. And can everybody hear me? Yep, great. All right, well, thanks for the introduction, Lauren. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the commission, for giving us an opportunity to provide this update on the progress of our solar projects. As Lauren mentioned, SunPower responded to the 2019 RFP and was selected in January 2020 for these projects. This includes the small, the grant-funded approximately 100 kilowatt rooftop array at the Surfside wastewater treatment plant, and then the larger Wires Valley project in the Island Center, located at 1 Milestone Road. And just getting in a little bit into the details of some of these projects, starting with the Surfside project, this location was identified as one of the 2 largest electricity users on the island. So great that we're putting solar on site here to help offset some of that electrical usage. This is a grant funded project, so the project will be owned by the town with a very, very fast 2-year simple payback on the town's capital investment in the project. SunPower is going to provide ongoing operations and maintenance for the project once it's developed. And it's going to use SunPower's most high efficiency modules available, given the limited space that we have on the roof to offset the large load at the site. And thank you to Lauren for really pushing to help us get the largest size system we can get here to make sure that we're making as much of an impact as we can on the electrical usage of the facility. And that really helps us drive the optimization of the economics and the environmental benefits for this project in particular. This project was reviewed and approved by the Historic District Commission last fall, and we're forecasting a completion date in the fall of this year. The second project in the portfolio, I don't know why my picture didn't show up. Well, the second project in the portfolio is a project at the Wires Valley property at 1 Milestone Road. This is a 4.7 megawatt solar project that will be ground mounted as opposed to roof mounted. The project will use SunPower's E-Series solar modules. These are the workhorse of the SunPower fleet, and we've been deploying these all over the world for the past 10 plus years. It's also going to include a 1.25 megawatt energy storage, 2-hour energy storage system. Where the Surfside project is going to be owned by the town and grant funded, this project is a financed project. So it's going to use a power purchase agreement structure. That's a service agreement through the Massachusetts Smart Alternative On-Bill Credit Program.
Hey, Seth, we can't see your presentation. Can you try sharing your screen?
I'm sorry. That would be.
I think you forgot to screen share.
Screen share, I did.
That was just me. I was hoping so.
I'm supposed to have a photo here that disappeared in the version that I'm presenting right now, but apologies for that. There's the photo that's missing is of a mock-up of the modules at the site. I do want to highlight that the mock-up, if you go see it in person, is on a wood structure. That's really just for to get a sense of the panel height and distance from the public right of way. The final structure will not be made of wood. But you kind of keep going through the details here. The Wires Valley project is going to use this financed approach through the Massachusetts SMART program. The town won't own the equipment, but they'll retain oversight of the property, in particular the land use, through the lease agreement that we've negotiated with the town. SunPower, as a developer, is responsible for all the permitting, the design, engineering, construction, commissioning, financing, and operation of the system for over a 20-year term. And at the end of the project, the property will be returned to its current state. In terms of economic benefit, the Wires Valley project is expected to bring nearly $300,000 in economic benefit to the town in the first year of operation. That's a combination of energy savings as well as tax revenue. and an overall overall lifetime value of nearly $5.75 million. And there's, there's a direct correlation here in the size of the project. You can see from the prior slide that the smaller projects, bring smaller economic benefits. Here we were able to scale up the project and really bring substantial economic benefit to the town and the water district for hosting the project. And finally, under this financed approach, the project will be financed by a third-party finance partner. SunPower's completed over $13 billion of finance projects like this. And we work exclusively with top-tier and reputable long-term project owners. So I want to just make sure there's no concerns there. Oh, there's a slide.
There you go.
There we go. There were animations that I did not pick up. This is the mock-up. Again, the wood is just for showing the elevation and the location of the panels relative to the public right of way. So here we are this is the site plan of the project on One Milestone Road. From a visual screening perspective, the project received HDC approval in, I believe, November of last year on the condition that the project is screened from the public right of way. And to accommodate this, we've established a 50-foot setback from the edge of pavement, whether that be the bike path or the roadway, whichever is closer, to the fence line of the project. And then another 15 feet from that fence line to the actual solar modules. So 65 feet in total between the pavement and the modules to try and make sure that the project is not visible from the public right of way. Right now, those areas along the perimeter of the project, this is north along Milestone, this east end along the bike path, and south along Old South Road here. Those are the areas with that visual buffer. Right now, that buffer is all vegetated, and we would simply be using that existing vegetation and enhancing it where necessary to make sure that we've got that visual screening. There is this mock-up that we saw on the last slide is still at the site for folks to try and pick out through the view, and we can arrange for site visits as well as if folks are interested. From an environmental perspective, the project was submitted to the state Department of Fish and Wildlife, Natural Historic, NHESP, Natural Historic, I'm blanking on the acronym, state agency responsible for reviewing the project from like an endangered species perspective. And it was determined that the project will result in a take of priority habitat for 6 state-listed moths and butterflies. So we do have a mitigation that the project will need to put in place in order to move forward. And we're actively working with our partners at the town, at the water company, and at the state to develop that plan. And I'll speak a little bit more about that in a bit. From a operational and water quality perspective, obviously we understand that this is the sole source aquifer for the island, and there's, this is there for critical infrastructure. So we've coordinated the design with the Mark Willett, the director of the Water Commission, as well as the town, to make sure that we're not adversely impacting any of the Water Commission's abilities to operate the site or provide, clean, safe, reliable drinking water to the island. The civil design for the project is going to largely maintain the existing slopes and hydrology of the of the site. And any soils disturbed during the course of construction will be reseeded, and we're going to be doing that with a pollinator-friendly grass seed mix, which is a characteristic of the SMART incentive program. And then from a material standpoint as well, we are testing the solar modules with a Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection accredited testing agency to make sure that we're not exceeding any maximum contaminant levels of any regulated substances for the project. That's part of Mass DEP's approval for the project as well. And then finally, there's the, again, looking at the site plan here, as far as the use case for the project and making sure it's appropriate. This is really more on the town side, but town council did conduct research and draft a memo concluding that the project is consistent with the existing protections for the property and the previously approved uses at the state and local level. That memo is posted to the project website for folks to review in the future. From a overall project benefits, we already looked at the other slides, had the economic benefits, but from a sustainability and resiliency standpoint, this project brings additional benefits as well. It aligns well with the town energy office's Beat the Peak initiative, and with the solar really helping drive down the island's peak demand during the summer, and then the battery being able to shift some of that energy to the later in the day peak periods. And additionally, the addition of this on-site distributed generation asset increases the island's overall electrical resiliency and helps defer the need for that third undersea national grid cable, which is going to be very expensive. Nantucket being a community that's certainly at risk of the effects of climate change, this is a really big statement and contribution towards a meaningful contribution towards the environmental benefits that Nantucket is making a meaningful statement with their environmental, advancing towards their environmental goals with this project. Sorry, I'm stumbling over my words a little bit there. So in terms of where we're at on the project, in 2020, we completed a good deal. Obviously we were awarded the procurement. We got HTC approval, select board approval, water company approval, and contracts were executed. Actually, the final signature happened in early 2021. But there's a lot still to do. We have to get through our environmental permits with the state. That would be the NHESP and the MEPA permits, as well as the approval with the Department of Environmental Protection. And then the utility interconnections as well, the interconnection approval from National Grid and the incentive allocation. We're expecting to wrap up these approvals on the right-hand side of the screen towards summer of this year. And they're all well underway. Not shown on here, obviously, are the things that we need to get in terms of ministerial permits. That would be building and electrical permits, stormwater grading permits. Those we'll need to get from the town of Nantucket as well. And we're expecting to start construction on the project in the fourth quarter of this year, and would achieve commercial operation along that schedule in the third quarter of next year, 2022. Okay. In terms of sort of immediate next steps here, we're continuing to drive the development of this conservation management permit for the affected species. Our consultant has just recently visited sorry, I jumped ahead a little bit there. We need to develop this mitigation plan for the affected environmental species. In order to do that, we've identified an offsite parcel that the town owns that looks like the likely location that these mitigation measures will be implemented. That parcel is 211 Cliff Road. Our consultant visited that parcel, I think last week, just to assess the site and start the work of building up what this conservation management permit looks like. And so we're continuing to coordinate with the office, the NHESP office, our consultant, the town, and the water company to firm up what that plan is going to ultimately entail. As I mentioned earlier, we're also getting the modules tested for any hazardous materials, regulated substances in Massachusetts, which does include PFAS. And so those results we're expecting back shortly. We had hoped to have them. We had hoped to have them by time for this meeting, but unfortunately that didn't work out. But those will be shared with the town and the water company, and I think likely posted to the project website as well. And then finally, the utility interconnection study is still underway, where National Grid is assessing what impacts the project might have on the local grid. This is just a vicinity map of the 211 Cliff Road property for folks to understand, where these mitigations would take place. It's currently a town-owned property. The mitigation plan for 211 Cliff Road would be to place a development restriction on the property's deed to ensure that it remains open space for the term of the solar project. And this is meant to provide substitute suitable critical habitat for those affected species that are being displaced by the One Milestone Road project. And this is the webpage where you can find some additional information about the project. We are, Lauren and I are working to make sure that we're trying to engage the public here and keep people informed about the progress of the project. So this, again, appreciate the opportunity to give the update here. This is one of those efforts. Our contact information is included here, and there's a lot of good information posted to the project website as well. So that is my presentation, and I think that Lauren and I are going to open it up and take some questions.
Thank you, Seth, very much.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Who's in charge?
Mr. Chair. Seth, do you mind
Yes,
not
I'm
sharing your screen?
just waiting for the screen thing to come down. There we go. Thank you. Go ahead, John. Or Lauren, did you want to say something first, or just want to? Oh, okay. Go ahead, John. Go ahead.
Question for Seth. Was the landfill considered as an option for a site? And the reason why I asked is because we already have buildings there, and if we were able to utilize any of the solar panels on the existing buildings and the roof, it would be higher exposed to the sun, and we wouldn't be using any solar panels to take up space in another area that's undeveloped.
Mm-hmm. That's a good question. We did look at the landfill as well as the other sites, that were included as part of the RFP that the town ran. It included the schools, the airport, a couple other municipal buildings. Ultimately, the other sites really were individually fairly small, and it was really difficult to pull together a portfolio of projects that would ultimately still provide economic benefit to the town. There's economies of scale that are associated with these projects, and being able to provide that one large project at Wires Valley really helps drive the economic benefit that the town is going to realize from this project.
If I could piggyback on that, there wasn't a facility at the landfill that had a great roof for solar, that wasn't third-party leased by Waste Options, or that was at risk of seagulls and debris and flying matter. The landfill itself was not available, and in checking with George Aronson and Rob McNeil, it won't be available for many more years. But none of the buildings at the site of the landfill were good options in the immediate future. They all either require a new roof, or we didn't have control over the facilities themselves.
Thank you.
Does anyone else have anything to add?
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
Put up my little hand, but it's not very big.
Yeah, go ahead. No, Maureen, I'm so sorry.
No. It's okay.
Just don't hesitate to butt in. It's all good.
Well, obviously
Thank
I
you.
don't.
Go ahead.
Seth, I'm on the Conservation Commission for the island, and so I had one quick question about, you were going to, reseed at the site. You were talking about, suitable grasses. If we always ask in areas under our jurisdiction, which this isn't, that native Nantucket native species be used. And so I would, on behalf, I think it's fair to say on behalf of the Conservation Commission, if those kinds of seedings can be done with Nantucket native plants, that would be terrific. So just a request there. And secondly, the timing of how this plays out and provides us with some monetary value. I was just wondering about the fact that you had mentioned that these panels that you're using are ones that you called workhorses. You feel confident in what they can do, but I was also then thinking, well, they're going to be out there for a while, and how do they become less? This is an industry, obviously, that things change all the time and improve all the time. So is there, the efficiency of this project, I guess, over the 10 years, if you could speak to that with, using the equipment that you're planning to use, and then how do we look at efficiency over time?
Sure. Well, just really respond quickly to your first point. We haven't specified the exact seed mix yet, but we will be working with a firm it's going to help us specify that, and we will certainly take into consideration and make every effort to make sure we're using native species, and obviously nothing that would be considered invasive or a nuisance.
Great.
On the technology piece, I'm going to have to restrain myself a little bit here because I could talk about this all day. The modules that we're using are 20% efficient modules, which when we rolled this product out 10 plus years ago was really bleeding edge. Right now, it's still very good, but it's not the same level of efficiency as we're using on the roof at Surfside, for example, because that is a more constrained area. But this is really the place where we have the good balance of the cost of the module, and it still is a premium product to produce as much economic benefit and environmental benefit for the town as possible. Solar modules of all types, their efficiency degrades over time. Again, without getting into the technical weeds, the ones that we're proposing here have the lowest warranted degradation over time of any modules that are available on the market. So if folks would like, get further into the weeds, my contact information is at the end of the deck, but that's
okay.
For this audience, I think that's how I would respond.
Thank you, Seth.
Sure.
Nat?
No, yes, I'm here.
When the board finishes making comments, there is a hand raised in the attendee.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Eleanor. Does anyone else have any questions? Bert, is that you?
No.
Oh, okay, sorry. Lauren, thank you for this. I just have a quick question. At the end of the cycle, or the end of the, I don't know, the life, or I hate that term because we talk about everything. I can't stand talking about those things because I know it's not really actually reality all the time, but it always gets said. This could continue to run past 20 years or 25, right? And function like a power plant, like it is a power plant, right, Seth? I mean, it's not like, okay, in 25 years, this all of a sudden just goes away somehow. I don't see that happening. I see the need for it's going to continue to be needed. So I'm just curious what the answer would be to that point.
Lauren, do you want to take that, or would you like me to take that?
Why don't you take it first?
Okay.
If there's anything else.
From a technical perspective, the solar modules have a 25-year warranty and a 40-year useful life. The racking structure underneath is made of galvanized steel, so they could certainly live out there longer than 20 years. 20 years is the term of the contract we've negotiated with the town. It's also commensurate with the term of the Massachusetts Smart Incentive Program, which is really
Right, yeah.
So
there's tying in all sorts of different components, but doesn't have anything to do with the mechanical side of it.
yeah, it's the limitation I think is more on the regulatory side, in the contract, which is following the regulatory side rather than on the technical side.
Okay, that's good. I mean, that's what I kind of thought. I mean, nobody knows all the paperwork side versus the mechanical side are completely different. So, okay. Eleanor, who's got their hand up?
Lee Saperstein. Let me promote him. Or enable.
Lee. Welcome, Lee.
Nat, hi, it's
Yes,
Lee
sir.
Saperstein. Although I'm secretary of the Town's Committee on Roads and Right-of-Way, I'm speaking for myself tonight. Chairman Lowell, members of the commission, I would point out that proposed Area 1 on the water company land site sits astride the existing roadbed of the Nantucket Railroad. At the time that brush is cleared, that roadbed will become very obvious. Now, in light of the potential in the next 30 years for cars moving to electric power rather than liquid hydrocarbon, i.e. gasoline, it's altogether possible we're going to need every source of electricity we can get to prevent not just the third cable, but possibly the fourth cable, because the amount of energy consumed for transportation is substantial. And so I'm hoping, Seth and planners, that when we actually lay out the panels, we can do it in such a way that we save a little bit of Nantucket's ancient energy use, because the railroad was powered by coal. But the roadbed is really there. It's fairly substantial. And it goes right through route number or area number 1. So please do your best to protect the roadbed and get us the energy that we need. Folks, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lee, for that very important historical fact.
2 others want to talk as well.
Okay, go ahead. Who else is on, Eleanor?
I didn't mean to cut you off. I just want to keep you apprised.
Yeah, no, that's good.
Got Emily Molden next, and then Billy Cassidy.
Okay. Emily, go ahead. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Emily Molden here for the Nantucket Land Council. I just had a couple of comments and then a quick question at the end. The Land Council is certainly very supportive of Lauren and the town's efforts to move forward with municipal solar. I think it's definitely a really important tool for progressing towards more sustainability for the island in general.
Long way to go.
I have been speaking with Lauren and with the SunPower consultants and Seth about the investigation that's gone on into some of the
It's too much of midsummer, but I probably will.
installation at some of the other.
I muted him.
Yeah, thank you, Eleanor.
I've been speaking with them about some of the other locations that were spoken about before, and understand that they have run into some of the roadblocks or problems that they spoke about at those other sites, but that they are going to continue to consider them and hopefully pursue them in the future for alternative locations. Regarding the proposed installation at the Wannacomet Water Company property, I've also been speaking with and in communication with Lauren and with Mark also about additional important environmental interests that are at play there, most of which you did hear about this evening, that are currently going through some other permitting processes, including impacts to the public water supply, which is being addressed through DEP, and I'm sure through also just best practices of construction and installation and ongoing maintenance. Also mitigating and minimizing impacts to the endangered species habitat. As you heard, that's being addressed through the Endangered Species Act and Natural Heritage Program. And then also with the change in use of the property, which we believe is protected under under Article 97. We will continue to work with the town and all the appropriate state agencies that were spoken about tonight to answer our questions and address these concerns, which we believe can be addressed, and hope once they are to be able to support the project. So I just wanted to make those comments. And then I did have one question for Seth from the presentation, something about the construction or site preparation that I haven't spoken to you about previously. And that's just an interest in the vegetation management at the site. When the area is cleared for the solar panels, just thinking about what's out there now, and particularly the scrub oak, which can be pretty tenacious over time, and how that will be managed. Will will the installers be tilling the soil there to keep the scrub oak down? Because that can be pretty difficult to keep at bay otherwise. I just wasn't sure how the site ends up getting prepared for the panels. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the question, Emily. Unfortunately, I don't know if the exact details on the grubbing and scraping of the site, like how exactly the preparation is going to be there. So I'd have to get back to you on that. I mean, I do know that vegetation management throughout the term of the project is limited to mechanical means only in terms of maintaining that scrub oak, because obviously, given the nature of the site, we're not going to be using any herbicides or pesticides or anything like that to control the vegetation. So yeah, I think it's going to be largely through trying to establish the species that we want to keep there, and then use mechanical means to prevent encroachment of species that we don't want in the array.
Okay, thanks for that.
Thank you, Emily, very much.
All right, next, Billy Cassidy.
Welcome, Bill.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, how you doing?
Thank you, Bill.
Good. I have a question about site management, and I may have missed it earlier. If so, I apologize. Access. Will it be accessed internally? I'm referring to the Wires Valley site. Will it be accessed internally, or are we going to be creating some new roads to get in and out?
Yeah, thanks for the question. The plan that we have right now is that we will be using internal access from existing driveways at the site. So no new curb cuts or driveway access.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you, Bill.
Next is Rick Atherton.
Welcome, Rick.
Hi, Nat.
There you go.
Okay, I clicked the unmuted button. Just a general question on site location for solar arrays. Certainly the water company is one location. The Nantucket Conservation Foundation owns obviously a lot of property. And I wondered what kind of contact has been made with them to utilize some of their property for solar arrays to benefit the community as a whole. And I think that would be instructive to all of us. You may all be up to date on that, but I don't recall hearing the foundation's response or whether they've been contacted. Thank you.
Lauren, you want to take that?
Sure. I have been in touch with Cormac. I believe I did give them SunPower's name at one point. Unfortunately, Nantucket can only develop so much solar in terms of the incentives that are out there. So we're trying to prioritize town facilities at this point to benefit ratepayers. And also, we understand that land under conservation and 97 protection, you cannot develop solar without getting statewide approval at the legislature, or receive incentives from the utility companies for conservation land. So for those reasons, unless there's a parking lot or structures on conservation land, I think the solar potential is severely limited.
Rick, does that answer your question?
Am I still,
Yeah, you're on.
I'm still
ahead.
on. You know, not
Yep.
quite. I am familiar with Article 97 of the state guidelines. And when Lauren refers to conservation land, I thought the Conservation Foundation properties were generally zoned lug 3 and therefore not necessarily subject to Article 97. And I think a clarification for all of us on that issue would be very helpful. Thank you.
Emily, I may circle back to you for help on that one. But in our opinion, Wires Valley is permitted for water supply purposes, and solar is a permissible use under that definition, which is different than Article 97 protections for water protection land. So thank you, Rick. I appreciate the question. I'll be in touch.
And maybe I could just add on to Lauren's comment about the water supply purposes. The project at Wires Valley will be offsetting 100% of the water company's electrical bills. So it's supporting the water operations, and that ultimately benefits water ratepayers. And the guidelines for designing the project we're following are issued, our guidelines are issued by Mass DEP as, you know, the guidelines to follow for developing on-site solar and storage projects at public water supply facilities. So just reinforcing that it's a consistent use with how the regulations are currently framed.
Understood. Eleanor, has anyone else got their hand up? Or
Yes,
from the
Emily
outside?
Molden again, and Billy Cassidy again.
Okay, Emily, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just to chime back in then, my understanding is that at least for the most part, Mr. Atherton's correct. And I believe that a lot of the Conservation Foundation property is not necessarily protected under Article 97. But that being said, I don't personally know the Conservation Foundation's policy or structure for looking at solar use on those properties and what other restrictions may be in place on them. As far as the water company property, we do still have concerns about that piece of property being protected under Article 97. But as I mentioned previously, we're in discussions with the town about that, and we'll continue to talk to them about that concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone else, Eleanor, on the other screen?
Yes, Jerry Vigil.
Jerry?
Yes, I have a number of questions. I don't know how you want me to handle that, but the first one I want to ask to Seth and to the town in general is, Seth mentioned in his presentation the operation and maintenance of the facility. Now, the facility has a lifetime, I believe, under contract with the town for 20 years. So what happens when something breaks down in 20 years? And how does SunPower provide emergency power because of the breakdown?
So thank you for the question. To make a clarification, the system will operate in parallel with the National Grid electrical distribution system on the island. So if the system comes online, or when the system comes online, that simply reduces the amount of power that's being pulled from the mainland via the undersea cables. If the system goes offline, it's simply going to increase the demand coming from, via those cables to the current condition, right? Because it's not online right now. So there won't be an interruption in service if the facility is offline. But to respond to the other part of your question about who handles the maintenance, the project is not owned by the town. The town only is purchasing the energy that's produced by the project. And the sale of that energy is how the project financier earns their return on the investment for building the project in the first place. So there's an intrinsic motivation by the project owner, the investor, who's also our customer, to make sure that system is up and running with the highest possible availability. We target between 98 and 99% equipment availability on an annualized basis. So basically, if there's a problem, we come out and fix it.
Okay, Nantucket being an island,
Yes.
that presents a further complication, because if an inverter blows up or you have a problem with a bank of solar panels, they're not going to be in stock on the island. So this is going to be somewhat of a problem.
Right. Well, first of all, we're speccing top tier equipment that we work with across our fleet that we know is from reputable original equipment manufacturers. But yeah, ultimately, we will either make use of existing resources on the island, and we're already talking to installers on the island right now about not only some installation work, but also the opportunity to provide O&M services. But ultimately, we may need to, there may be a couple of days when the system is down and we need to bring something in on a barge or ferry if there was a major equipment failure.
Yeah.
The loss for the town there is the energy that they would purchase from the plant. The town is not on the hook to replace any equipment.
Okay, was there any discussion about what happens at the 21st year when the town takes ownership of this?
Yeah. I brought that up, Jerry. Can I just interrupt for a second? Jerry, I appreciate your questions, and I'm not trying to make light of them or not. They're all good. We got hundreds of grinder pumps going in people's yards to pump their effluent that all going to need to get fixed. And I can tell you that is one thing that is definitely something that has crossed my mind 100 times here and there over the last few years. And these questions you're asking are all similar to anything new. I mean, this will sort of take its own course. They're gonna have parts. There's gonna be people that are gonna know what they're doing to fix this stuff. I mean, it's not like I got solar panels on my house, okay? I'm not worried about them not working. But at the same time, something will break, I'm sure, just like everything else. But this is the world we live in now. This is what is the next step to whatever the next step is. I mean, nobody ever thought we'd ever have a cable. Now we're complaining about having a third one. So, it wasn't long ago the generators were running downtown. So it's just another avenue of something new. I don't get overly worried about it, but at the same time, this question was asked about the 25 years. And I think Seth did a pretty good job answering it, but go ahead and answer it again, Seth, if you don't mind.
Yeah. The issue is that the incentive program that facilitates the transaction of the project structure has a 25-year lifespan. So right now the contracts state that at the end of the term, SunPower as the owner of the equipment will come and collect it and return the site to its original condition.
The town could purchase it if it elects for a 5-year extension, but as of now, that is not the plan. There's really no incentive after 20 years right now for us to want to do that.
But that doesn't mean that there's not going to be something like coming along, right? I mean, it's gonna
innovation or better products coming along. So the plan would be to revert the site to its natural state after 20 years and then see what's in the island's best interest at that point.
Yeah, I agree. Jerry, any more questions?
Yeah, I have another question.
Okay.
The CO2 footprint is going to be, I don't know the exact amount, but it's going to be changed by this development. And mention was discussed about the 211 Cliff Road mediation site. Would it be possible, and has the town considered to transplant any major vegetation like big trees to 211 Cliff Road?
so thanks again for the question, Jerry. When you say CO2 footprint, you mean the impact of removing trees for the array? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, I mean, a tree spade can pick up a huge tree and transplant it. Happens all over the island.
Yeah. So I mean, we're in discussion with the state and our environmental consultant about what work needs to happen at 211 Cliff Road to make, to establish this conservation management permit and make the habitat suitable for these affected species. My understanding is a lot of the larger trees at Wires Valley is this species of pitch pine that's actually not a preferred species for the habitat we're trying to create at 211 Cliff Road. So I think that the likelihood of transplanting those larger trees is probably low.
Okay, thank you. Does SunPower have the responsibility to maintain the vegetation at the water company site over 20-year period? Who takes care of the vegetation?
Another good question. So the structure of the project is that there's a ground lease between the town and SunPower for the fence line of the project that you saw on the slide earlier in the presentation. So everything within that fence line is the responsibility of SunPower to maintain, including the equipment as well as the vegetation.
Okay, in years past, and I may have been out of the loop on this, but there was a program talking about SREX. Is there any benefit? Is there a benefit to the town in general about this solar power project similar to SREX program?
The SMART incentive program is the Massachusetts solar incentive program that replaced the SREC program, and we are utilizing that program. So through that SMART incentive program is how we're delivering this energy, clean energy of the town and the water company, and generating the savings that you saw earlier in the presentation.
Okay, well, I would like to make one last comment about the choice of the site. I know there's a lot of, talk about why here, but as far as the propagate transmission of energy to put it in another site, you would have to bring cables there, like they've done all over the world, in Massachusetts also. And when you send power, and we've all seen this, and I've seen it myself, that you have voltage drop when you're way out at Nantucket because there's no boost, not really much of a boost in power at long distances, because copper is not a pure conductor like a superconductor. So they go to higher voltages. You go to higher voltages, you have problems with the cables, which are actually pipes full of oil that can burst, and it's a big problem. So to have the site localized is, I guess, a good idea.
Okay, Jerry, thank you for your input.
Thank you.
Seth and Lauren, for doing the best you can to answer these questions. I think the government incentive program, it's safe to say, Seth, is going to continue to evolve, I would assume, over time. And there's probably some of that assumption baked into some of these situations as well. Okay, everyone. Are we okay? Lauren, we appreciate you, and sorry for the delay over the last few months for this, but just to say, we appreciate having you on and, giving us all this information. So, Eleanor, is anyone else there?
Well, Rick Atherton and Billy Cassidy still have their hands up.
Oh, okay.
Maybe an oversight. I don't know.
Go ahead. Billy, I think, was first, and then we'll go to Rick.
Nat, I got to tell you something. I was just sitting here minding my own business, and a little box came up and said, "The host asked you to unmute." I don't have anything to say.
Oh, Billy, technology. I just can't wait for the new normal, Bill. Can you? I mean, this is unbelievable.
Hey,
So
yeah.
Thank you. I love Holly's background pictures, though. That's like taking my mind off the meeting, looking at that. Where's the railroad, Holly? Is it there somewhere? Rick, go ahead.
All right, am I
You're
on that?
Rick. Yes, you are.
Sorry to keep on this issue, but I want to make sure I understood Lauren's response. I was trying to ask about the Conservation Foundation property and Article 97, and Lauren seemed to respond about the water company property. And that was not my concern. And I just think we all ought to be clear, if I'm right, that the Conservation Foundation property is not protected by Article 97. And that should be a clear understanding of everybody if that's the case. So I'm not sure Lauren's the one to answer, or perhaps Andrew, if he's on, he will know the answer.
That's why
Thank you.
Why?
because the chair would be full of pee.
If there was a pee bucket in the toilet, I could
Hey.
pee in the bucket and dump
Why
it
do
in.
you need a pee bucket?
Somebody's
Because
not
when I
muted.
pee,
Somebody's not muted. Where are you, Andrew? Sorry.
Hold on. I'm here. So I think I heard Emily answer the question correctly, actually, is that the Article 97 applies to municipal open space or municipal open space that's protected. So I don't believe it does apply to the Conservation Foundation. They may have their own private restrictions or other things that are going to prevent that kind of installation. But it's we have to worry about Article 97 with municipal land like land bank, town-owned, open space, that kind of thing. So
Thank you, Andrew.
you're welcome.
And Rick, I do
Thanks, Rick.
understand the SMART program does not apply. The incentive is not there for land under conservation restrictions, but so if I misspoke in calling that 97 protected land, it's still, if it has a conservation restriction on it, the state won't reward development of that land for solar.
More confusing stuff. Okay. Thank you all for all this effort. Okay, so Eleanor, are we clear on the hand raising and stuff from the
No
audience?
hands raised at this time.
Okay, thank you. So my thought was that we would just thank them and so forth. Sometimes we give a sort of a positive sort of thumbs up vote for these type of things, sort of a a positive spirit kind of thing. So I'm not sure what everyone feels like. I have no problem with either. So I think we've had a really good analysis of this. I haven't been following it at the select board level. It's not our project, obviously, but I think that our role of support to the select board is important, and always has been, and it's, to me, it matters. So I would take anyone's thought on that as far as their support for this project or not. So before we move on to the next one.
Nat,
Yes, hello.
it's Dave.
Yay, Dave. Sorry.
Hey,
You
hey.
sound like you're
No.
on like a CB radio now.
I mean, my only comment is that I just, I support the project. I mean, I think a lot like what Emily said, I support the project. I support the select board and them advancing solar on the island. I would just like to know more about the Article 97 issues, if they are issues, and if they're not, I think that's a piece that we need to look at and not skirt. So, thanks.
Andrew, I would assume, and Christie, if she's there, is the town council has to be on all this stuff.
Yes.
I mean, this is not going under any radar. So, okay.
The legal opinion of town council is on our project website, and I can circulate that to the board through Eleanor. But in a nutshell, Vicki Marsh, who's the real estate attorney, feels very strongly that Article 97 does not apply to this parcel specifically.
Yep. That's what I figured. Vicky knows what she's talking about too. So, okay. So we'll just continue then if that's okay with everybody. Continue to the Vineyard Win update with Holly. Lauren, I really appreciate you being here. Seth, thank you very much for being here and did a great job. And don't forget Lee's Railroad. This is very important.
I will follow.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Holly, are you up now
I am
for
up
this
now, Mr.
update?
Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me. And I guess to address the photo behind me, this is from 1900s. It's Lincoln Avenue looking up from the beach. Nantucket Historical Association has some great photographs that I use for my background from time to time. So that's where you can find them.
All those unpermitted stairways.
Great, isn't it? It's pretty cool. So I just wanted to thank the commission for having me this evening. If you're not aware, since December of 2018, I have represented all of you, MPDC, to BOEM. BOEM is the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, along with other island stakeholder representatives in the Section 106 consultation process, including Lauren. Lauren is our power at B when it comes to making sure all of us are in this whole process when it comes to the wind farm discussion. You all are probably aware of back when Cape Wind was trying to put in the basically the wind farms in our Nantucket Sound, and the Sabar Sound that came out 2002. The Alliance to Protect Nantucket Sound is a nonprofit. You probably are aware that recently I was before the select board asking for the select board's champion, if you will, and support in protecting the Nantucket Sound. Nantucket Sound is actually a traditional cultural property under the eyes of the National Park Service, which is great. That's been since 2010. And a traditional cultural property is eligible for inclusion under the National Register because of its association with cultural practices and beliefs of a living community. So that is something note recently to talk about. Back to the Section 106 and why I'm before you this evening. The National Historic Preservation Act of 1966 was created and to minimize the adverse effects from an undertaking upon historic property or properties. As you all are aware, Nantucket is a National Historic Landmark since 1966. And under the Section 106 review, there's a criteria for adverse effect, which states that an undertaking may have an effect on a historic property that may alter directly or indirectly any of the characteristics of a historic property that qualify the property for inclusion under the National Historic Preservation Act in a manner that would diminish the integrity of the property's location, design, setting, and maintenance and workshop, feeling, and association. And those adverse effects may include reasonably foreseeable effects caused by undertaking. I just wanted to give you that little information on it. Under the federal law, the National Historic Preservation Act of 1966 also has Section 110F, and that is protection of the National Historic Landmark. Congress specifically requires federal agencies to give a higher standard of care when it comes to those undertakings, and we want to minimize those adverse effects. The creation of National Historic Landmarks by the National Park Service shows a long-standing federal commitment to preserve and the benefit of inspiration for the people of the United States. And 110F and 106 of the National Historic Preservation Act are very complex. That's something to remember, but preservation benefits are very rewarding. These federal agencies like BOEM are required to provide the ACHP, which is the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation, an opportunity to comment on any of these undertakings. And in the case of wind farms, BOEM is that authority. The ACHP, for those that may not be or know about that, they're an independent federal agency in charge of the mission to promote the preservation of the nation's diverse historic resources, and they advise the president and Congress on national historic preservation policies. In accordance with the comments from the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation, BOEM will not make a final determination on those proposed measures without trying to avoid, minimize, or mitigate adverse effects. And regarding the Vineyard Wind, we do have what we call a good neighbor agreement as of September of last year, and I assume you all are probably familiar with that, something that Select Board and rest of town and town council, and I represented you all in those processes. We have a clear path for a dialogue with Vineyard Wind and all other developers, as there will be other companies requesting stakeholder engagements and eventual Section 106 review. And this agreement for the benefit of Nantucket couldn't have been made possible without the cultural heritage expert attorneys from Cultural Heritage Partners. The reason why I'm before you, this past February 2021, there was a letter from BOEM that informed stakeholders of the resubmitted COP, which is a construction operations plan to BOEM for Vineyard Wind. And the revised plans fall within what we called an APE, which is an area of potential effect. And their findings contained no changes. Due to our agreement, we were not involved with that continued stakeholder engagement, but it was more of an FYI. However, I will note that there were other stakeholders that were in that process, which also included the ACHP and our SHPO, which is the State Historic Preservation Office or Massachusetts Historical Commission, and also other tribes in the Commonwealth. So as other companies start to engage the town, they have started with obviously Lauren's leadership. And again, I appreciate working with her on this effort. I look forward to continuing representing the NPDC in these review processes. Do you have any questions?
Just real quick, Holly, before we take any more questions. What does it mean that they're reinitiating the Section 106 review, just in simple terminology, reading this? What does that mean for us?
So in simple terminology, hold on, I can give it to you for a second. So they had to resubmit.
That's the meat and potatoes.
Yes, they had to resubmit their general permit. A lot of it has to do with also the change in the federal government and the change in the administration from one to another. So we have, also got to remember, we got new secretaries of different departments within the federal government. That was part of it. But because we already had our good neighbor agreement and there was no change in that, there was no need for Nantucket to continue in that stakeholder engagement.
Okay.
So in simple terms, it was just a lot of it, all the changes. This has been a 3-year process, I would say, 2-3 year process. And you see Maureen shaking her head involved with that. So I know Lauren could probably speak a little bit better.
Yeah.
Again, I know the preservation aspect of it, a lot of the technicalities of the COP, of the size of the equipment kind of is a little bit different for me. I'm looking at the federal law, making sure that Nantucket's is being represented under the National Historic Preservation Act. And I will say that our attorneys that have been acquired by the town are expert in that field. We're very, very fortunate. So.
Okay. Thank you very much, Holly, for this information.
And I look forward to continue.
Yeah. So anyone have any questions on this? Eleanor, is there anyone? Okay.
No.
Okay. So Holly, this is informational, correct?
Yes, sir. Just an information.
Okay. Just checking. I never know. So, all right.
Excuse me.
Very...
I just.
Go ahead, Maureen. Go ahead.
Just a comment. both, I mean, Holly and Lauren have both been really done wonderful service for town on the wind farm projects. I'm on the town working group about wind turbines, so I've had a chance to see what they have done, and they're staying with it. They're on top of it. We are getting the benefits that both federal and state law can give us. It's a really good cooperative effort, and one that often maybe doesn't get recognized. So I'm glad that Holly had a chance to talk about it tonight, and Lauren's involvement has also been crucial. So just nice job, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Maureen.
Thank you. Eleanor, for the record, Dave Iverson has left the meeting at 7:46.
Did he tell you he was leaving, or?
Yeah, he just texted me. His
Okay.
phone connection and whatever is going on. I think he's on the boat. Okay. So Maureen, thank you for that very much. So Holly, are you all set? Is this, you'll probably be coming back for some updates, I would assume, in the future for us? Okay.
Yes,
Great.
sir. I would definitely like to do that as we can. Yep.
Yeah, I don't think this is I think this is a moving target as well. So for sure. All right. So we'll continue on, Andrew, to the DLTA money. And just for everyone, Andrew's going to give us a little explanation of exactly what we're doing here so that we're all clear on what this action actually is. So would you mind that, Andrew, so that everyone knows before anybody has any questions about something that we can clear up right now?
Well, I'll try, definitely. So basically, the DLTA funds, that stands for District Local Technical Assistance Funds. It comes to regional planning agencies. Our statewide share is $50,000. That amount was received on this February 9th. So these are funds that we have to spend within the calendar year. We have been looking to fund the build-out analysis. I've included that. That's been a topic over at the planning board. It has been an objective that people have talked about. It starts on page 38 of your packet. Total cost is $115,000. What I'm asking for is that the commission vote to commit up to the full amount, $50,000, towards the build-out analysis. And the contractor is Weston and Sampson. They, if you look on page 44, 42, you'll see the areas where build-out has already been calculated as part of the sewer work by the same consultant. So we will have the same consultant and the same methodology for the rest of the areas that are not outlined in the black outline that's shown on the map.
Good. This is good, using the people that already have done half the work.
And we're budgeted for the balance of the amount in this year's budget, which is, I'm hopeful that that has received positive recommendations up to this point. So the balance should be voted as part of the town meeting article.
Yep. Thank you. Christy, go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Andrew just answered one of my questions, but more of a comment. In reading their scope of work, I would just encourage them to look at a variety of sources for our population and not just the census, considering the data platform has a much higher population than the census. And lately with the COVID testing at the sewer, they have a population of about 23,000, which is a lot higher than the 11,000 that the census has. So just wanted to pass on that recommendation to be mindful to use local data as much as possible. Thank you.
Andrew, is there any laws that require certain data versus other for this, or is that not part of it?
No, I think it's helpful to consider the full population. So that's again, Weston and Sampson does a lot of work with us and knows the difference.
The reality. Yeah,
But Christie's correct. I mean, there's a seasonal population that does not show up on the census. There's, extended seasons and, new part-time residents because of COVID. So all of that needs to be taken into account.
yeah. Okay, does anyone else have anything? on
Emily
this?
Molden has her hand
Go
up.
ahead. Yeah, just gonna take all board members first. Judith, go ahead. You're muted, Judith, sorry.
I was gonna move to approve it, but I guess I should wait.
Just a little bit, yeah, if that's
Okay.
okay, Judith. Thank you, though. Eleanor, who's out there now?
Emily, but she can unmute herself. Emily, try and unmute
Oh,
yourself.
no, I was talking about Judith, sorry. Go ahead, Emily, if you're there, you're mute, there you go.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to make sure the other board members had an opportunity if they had questions. Thank you. I just wanted to ask a couple of questions. As Andrew said, there certainly has been, I think, a lot of interest in seeing a study like this move forward again, and I'm definitely glad to see that this is moving forward. I wanted to just raise a couple of questions about some elements that I don't see in it, so I assume that it's not intended for them to be included, but I just would ask if there could be some further consideration for them. And that would be, for one thing, whether a maximum build out analysis could be included as far as calculating the maximum potential build out for these different portions of the island. I certainly understand the importance from a planning perspective of looking at specific projections along certain timelines, like the 10 or 15 or 20-year time period. But ultimately for other planning purposes, for infrastructure, to inform roads and transportation planning, and then also especially, it seems to me, for resiliency planning in areas of potentially increased flooding, that just to be able to see what current zoning actually allows as a maximum build out could be would be a really useful and important tool. So I'm not sure if there's just a lot of additional cost associated with including that, or if it's something that could be considered if this work is being done anyway, just looking at under existing regulations and zoning. That was one of my questions. And then the other one was, it looks as though it primarily would be addressing number of additional buildings and dwellings in various parts of the island, but I wondered if there was consideration at all for ground cover, and whether looking at increases in ground cover in different areas is included here, because that certainly has some relevance again for flood prone areas and some other infrastructure purposes. So those were really the two things that I wanted to raise and get some more info on. Thank you so much.
Okay, so the answer to question one, the maximum build out under existing regulations, that's what the build out will calculate. So then there could be further, I guess, projections that would come later is, at what time period are vacant lots built upon based on historical trends, or, there's other factors that come afterwards. The build out, what the build out with the sewer did, and all the other areas basically calculated what was the max under current regulations. So that's what will be done. The second part about, generally planning horizons, are going to be within 10 to 20 years. They're not going to be too much beyond that. We'll be having another master plan process, after our old master plan was 2009. So we're, in a 13 or whatever the math is there. By the time we bring it back to town meeting, it's in that 10 to 20 year window. So that's really what, is my anticipation of where we're going with this. I'm certainly willing to listen to other opinions about that, but again, this master plan effort would be following a pretty standard course. What was I'm trying to think, the second question again?
Ground cover.
Oh, I mean, we have calculations on ground cover and we do that in specific areas that are going to be rezoned. I don't know that we're going to be able to do that level on a macro level across the island. When, for example, we brought forward the downtown area, we did calculate the ground cover of every single property there and had the average.
Yeah.
So again, I guess I would need to know more about the areas that we're looking at for that. So it's something that I think could be done certainly out of the area plan effort. But that's a labor intensive activity that I'm not sure we're fully staffed for at this moment. So
Emily, is Emily, you still on?
Yes, I'm here.
Did you, when you mentioned ground cover, I caught that, Judith saying that as well. Did you mean like the areas that are sewered versus areas that aren't versus areas that, like, for example, that, like Tom Nevers, we're never going to see sewer out there. At least I don't believe that will ever happen, and personally. But is that what you meant? Or do you mean like the whole island, not including like, Kotu and Tuckanuck and Muskegon? I'm not sure what you meant. So I wanted to ask that anyway.
Sure, thanks, Mr. Chair. Yes, I was thinking in relation to sewer and not sewer, but then also on a larger scale relative to impervious surfaces and contributions of buildings to impervious surfaces, and for example, in low-lying flood-prone areas.
Okay.
That's also something that I'm happy to discuss further with Andrew. Some thoughts or ideas that I had, I can always have another follow-up conversation with him about that further.
Okay, I think that's a good question in like 3 different categories, like you said, because like we've had this conversation with Tom Nevers zoning, because it's such a mess with the lug 3 over all the different size lots from the 1890s and the 1 acre ones and then the gigantic ones. So I wasn't sure what you were really looking at. So that's good. I think that follow up with staff down the road with your with the sort of the different variables with ground cover, I think is important. And I think that's, a good piece to put in. It's just a question of where, you have to, we know what the ground cover is downtown, and it's not really going to change much. It's going to sort of be like it is, but other places we don't, like Wauwinet, for example. We've done a lot of discussion about Wauwinet has the crazy zoning in Wauwinet, so there's a lot of good points there, but where that fits right now, I think that's definitely a piece, but when it gets, how it gets put into it, I think your work with staff will be good with that. So thank you for bringing that up. Andrew, is that good, do you think? I think that's a good point, because we brought that up. I mean, in the recent, with this board here, we've definitely brought up Wauwinet, Quidnet, and Tom Nevers the most of the 3 sort of open-ended, sort of odd question zoning stuff that we know is hard to calculate. So I think that's a good point that she's bringing up, but it has to be separated somehow between, the sewer areas in town and then the sort of the unknown areas, I guess you'd call it, questionable areas. Judith, is that good? You agree with that?
Yes, I would emphasize, I think we need to also bear in mind that the resiliency work is going to dovetail with this, and that it'll be very important to be aware of additional issues about flooding. And I think that's some of probably what Emily's getting at. So I think we need to be attentive to how we assure that the data we're gathering also can use any other available data, because we've talked about the harbor area, we've talked about areas where there's changes in federal or state projections about patterns of flooding and things of that sort. So I think that's something we're going to have to really concentrate on as part of the plan.
Okay, yep, I agree.
Nat, there's a hand up.
Okay, go ahead.
There's two hands
I don't know
up.
who is it.
Okay, it's Rick Atherton.
Whoever's first. Rick, go ahead.
Just a minute. Rick Atherton and Hillary Rayport both. So go ahead, Rick. You can unmute yourself. Rick, you need to unmute yourself. You can do it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Eleanor, thank you. I got it.
Got it.
Nat, I just wanted to, I thought it might be helpful to clarify if the build out was more simply mathematical and computational. And there are no additional variables introduced into the process. Is that what I'm hearing? Thank you.
The answer is yes, that is what you're hearing. We're not speculating on changes or, you know, whether a 40B would happen and add units, or whether it's basically, you know, computation of the areas based on the current bylaws, which is what has already been done in those areas. And Mr. Chairman, I just want to get back to, you know, what we're asking here is the funds from this GLTA account.
Right, I know that. I know.
We've already talked about, you know, conducting a build out for many meetings here, so.
Yeah, and I'd like to add, it's a good thing all the RC2 is gone almost before we start this. So there'll be a lot less. Just like that, I had to throw that in every so often. Hillary, are you there?
Mute yourself, Rick.
Yes. Hi, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. Well, I'm a little confused because I did have just a couple comments for the consideration of the group, but based on Andrew's comment, I'm not sure that's something that's going to be helpful to offer.
Yeah, we're just solidifying this money that we have the authority to get to help with this, Hillary, and you know, so that's what this action is. I'm sure there's going to be more place to work with staff on this.
Well, I know you have a long meeting. I mean, my comments were just briefly, if you're doing a mathematical exercise, there's questions about, is it, you know, building by right or by special permit? I mean, I know a lot of requests for rear lot subdivisions or special permits come to the board under special requests. So I just wondered if that sort of thing would be included. Also, a strong desire to satisfy the shortfall of more affordable housing through covenant programs, if there could be some kind of assessment as to whether or not, or you know, what the total ability the island has to satisfy the need with the covenant program. And then lastly, I think there's a lot of curiosity about the 4181L subdivision for structures that existed before the 1955 Subdivision Control Act. You know, how significant is that on Nantucket? How many lots would be subject to that? Those were my questions, but perhaps there'll be an opportunity to have some input into this project at a future point as well.
Yeah, I think my non-educated answer to that is we're never going to get the needle to thread to that level. But I hear what you're saying, but there's no way to calculate to that level. And also a covenant house is not built because it's a covenant. It's a covenant because it's being created. It could already be built as a second dwelling or so forth. So that's kind of a complicated question to answer to the level that you're asking, Hillary, I think. But I think
Mr. Chairman,
go ahead, Andrew.
I don't really think it's too complicated. All of those programs don't add additional density.
Well, that's what I
The
was
rear lot
saying.
subdivision is based on a proof plan of what could be built.
Yeah.
The covenant program, as you said, is about existing properties. It's
Yeah.
just putting them under separate ownership.
Right.
So again, in the 4181 D, the state law, I mean, just puts, again, properties. with
Gotcha, Bert.
existing buildings. What?
Yeah.
So, you know, that's a second level of analysis or what, you know, I think really you have the, you know, the proposal is in front of you. It's been there for a while. So we just finally have an opportunity to fund it.
Yeah. And then the right people that are here as well. Bert, you had your hand up. You got to unmute, Bert. Bert, you got to unmute. Bert, Housing Authority, Bert, you got to unmute. There you go.
Yeah, on covenant houses, they can be built from scratch. It doesn't have to be an existing building to become a covenant. We've got lots of them that were built from scratch.
Yep.
Right, but it's still two units per lot. It's an evaluation of the existing lot, no more than the 2 units that would otherwise be allowed.
My only question was it can be built.
It doesn't add anything.
Each of the dwellings.
Bert, you understand what Andrew's saying? A covenant doesn't add a dwelling. It's a dwelling that can already be built. Nobody's adding a building.
No. A covenant can add a dwelling. A covenant, I could go to your lot and say, I want to put a covenant behind your house and subdivide that little part of the lot up and build a brand new house there.
No.
It never existed before.
But it would have been able to have been built as a regular second dwelling as part of the same lot.
Well, yeah, if only part of the original dwelling, not as a separate lot. But with a covenant,
yeah, but it doesn't.
Creating a separate lot.
What Andrews separates ownership, but it doesn't create a dwelling that wasn't already allowed to be built. Right.
Oh, I thought he was saying
okay.
It wasn't.
No,
the dwelling was
doesn't
already
allow,
had to be there.
Nothing. It does not add something that wouldn't have already been able to be constructed. Okay, Andrew, thank you for this, and so I'll accept the motion to approve the Delta funding for the build out analysis.
So moved.
Second.
Second by Maureen. Go through roll call vote. Fritz McClure.
Yes.
Judith Wagner.
Yes.
John Trudell.
Aye. Yes.
Christy Farentella.
Aye.
Maureen Phillips.
Aye.
Wendy Hudson. Is Wendy still there?
Still there.
Oh, Wendy, you got to unmute.
Wendy, who?
Wendy.
Maybe she stepped away.
She's probably getting hungry. Well, we'll skip Wendy and come back to our chair. Nat Lowell votes aye on that action.
Hey, you forgot someone.
No, Dave. Oh, Bert, did I miss you? Wait a minute. I skipped you. I meant to skip. I skipped Leslie and Dave, and I forgot about you, Bert. Sorry. Thank you, Bert, very much. Okay, Andrew, update on Harbor Place, if any, or any update at all, or for this meeting?
Not much at this point. Just to let the commission know that, I mean, there's not an article proceeding at this town meeting. The engineering study continues. That was voted at town meeting. At some point in the future, there'll be, I guess, a more broad discussion about that. And that's about it. At our last meeting, there was more of a discussion of things moving forward, I guess, more expeditiously, but that is not the case anymore.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions Eleanor, can you see anyone?
Rick still has his hand up, but I'm not sure he means to.
Oh,
Rick, if you mean to
is
lower
he,
your
is he
hand,
muted? Is he muted?
he is muted, but he just lowered his hand, so I think it's. I think it was
Okay.
inadvertent. Thank you.
All right. So Andrew, that's it then. No one has any questions. We'll move on to the next item, which I think there's some people here to speak on. So the area plan update, final map for the town area plan, Andrew, which I think is great. You know, very long, cumbersome conversation to get to that. So would you give us the update on that?
Page 45 of your packet is the final plan, and hopefully we are in a position to vote to approve this.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions? I know we've gone over this before, but it's been a few months, so I just want to make sure everyone's clear on how this came to pass with this particular route, with the red lines you see on your screen. I think it's on page 44.
There is there's a hand up.
45. Sorry. Judith, was that you? Oh,
No, I
that was
said there is a hand up in the attendee column if you want to take a comment.
Okay. Go ahead, Eleanor. Who is it?
It is Lee Saperstein.
Of course it is. The professor. Go ahead, Lee. You're here.
Chairman Lowell, members of the commission, thank you for this opportunity. I was able to look at the map, and given the amount of thought and precision that's gone into it, yes, of course, we'll accept it. However, I'd like to note that it appears to exclude the commercial downtown and the waterfront. And these two areas are actually very critical to the activities in the Nantucket town. If at all possible, I'd like for the commission to recognize that whatever working group is appointed would be collaborative participants in any study that's done for the commercial downtown and the downtown waterfront. Happy to answer questions. And by the way, when we get past this, I've got a simple question, and that is whether or not the commission has reached the point of assigning a work group so that we may begin.
Andrew, you had the answer to Lee's question has come up several times, the reasoning behind the CDT exemption. So you want to refresh that a little bit?
Sure. Well, I mean, I think, of course, we would include the town association, the Brant Point Association, and others that have and basically, a broad section of our entire community looking at the final plan for the downtown. I mean, that is important to everybody, including its, budding neighbors. So, of course, is the answer to that first question. The harbor plan update, I know that I believe that's been delayed over at the Conservation Commission. I've talked to Jeff about it. I don't think it's moved forward quite yet, but I think it's on deck to proceed. And again, I don't want to have overlaps between the different groups. I know it's certainly in an area being looked at by the Coastal Resiliency Group. And again, we would of course include, residents of this particular area in what happens there. So in terms of the next, so I hope that answers the questions on the map. We kind of hashed that out quite a bit back in December. And it took a little while for our GIS person, who's not handy to me anymore and is over working remotely from Falmouth, to get this finalized. I do need volunteers from the commission to be on this. This is a new group. Anybody we don't have a full group here. We may have to put that on for our next meeting. We still have had discussions about, ensuring diversity, and, we still haven't sort of finalized those discussions yet.
Yeah, I think Judith brought that up at the last meeting with this.
Nat, this is Lee.
Yes, Lee, go ahead.
Just very quickly, we proposed a small work group out of the town association of 6 people. And I hope all 6 will be incorporated in whatever comes forward. Yes, the challenge with diversity, there are a number of people who work for the town who could be described as African-American or Afro-Caribbean. And they just don't necessarily live within the boundaries that have been described. And yet they may have interests in the town and would most certainly be welcome.
Christy, go ahead.
I'm happy to be the representative from NPDC if needed.
Wendy, and by the way, is it appropriate to get Wendy's vote for the last thing, or should I just wait on that, or just forget it? I feel bad because Wendy, she's back on and been back on ever since that ended, but might be a little late for that now. So that's fine. I mean, we'll have to. Is this appropriate time to appoint someone now, Andrew, or are we? Wait, are we? A meeting away or so?
Well, I think we want to get the map completed and voted, and I think probably at our next meeting we'll finalize the membership.
More formalized, yeah. Is that okay, Christy? Okay.
But thanks, Christy, for.
We appreciate that very much. Judith, do you want to make that motion?
So moved.
Did you already? Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor by roll call? Fritz McClure.
Aye.
Judith Wagner.
Aye.
John Trudell.
Aye.
Christy Ferrantella.
Aye.
Maureen Phillips.
Aye.
Bert Johnson.
Aye.
Wendy Hudson.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you for that. Thank you, Lee. We think the world of you, Lee. Thank you for everything you've done to help us. Always knew you'd help us for all this. Anyway, you've been great. The next one, Andrew, is the membership and boundaries in Nantucket.
So the next 3, Mr. Chairman, these are all updates of prior plans that are now out of date. And what we've generally, I think, agreed to is that we're not having the same level of formality that we sort of do with our first areas. And in each of these groups, we have different community members that have started work or, started ahead on certain aspects of the plan. For Nantucket, we need to have a discussion about, we did receive a discussion or a question about the boundaries and whether to include the cluster development. And so they're here tonight, so we can have a follow-up with them on where they are.
Yep, agreed. Yeah, the Fish's Landing conversation is definitely a good one, and we've had that already, and I don't remember ever talking about that 10 or 12 years ago. I don't believe. So that's good. So we'll open it up. And who's on right now? Is Diana on, and Bill, and who else is on from Nantucket? Eleanor.
Maureen, basically.
Well, I know Maureen's on. Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so go ahead, Bill.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for inviting us to speak. As noted in the letter that we sent to the commission, the existing plan was approved by the commission in 2006. In the last 14 years, there's been several changes in the zoning, Board of Health regs, Nantucket Harbor watershed map. And these all need to be rolled into the Nantucket area plan so that the plan is current with the existing regs. We've submitted some names. Our proposed work group is a cross-section of year-round and seasonal residents. We have residential and commercial property owners from many parts of Nantucket. We've got some representatives that would like to tag from some nonprofits that own large parcels. We asked the Tuckanuck Landowners Association if they would be interested, and they are not. We talked with the Fishers Landing Association, which was purposely not included in the previous or the original creation of the Nantucket area plan. But because regs that have been enacted affect them, they would like to be part of the discussion. And we realize that there are some guaranteed rights and regulations within Fishers that are going to exclude some of what may be in the Nantucket area plan in the future. And as well as the Linda Loring Foundation, they're very interested in being included in the discussion. We submitted, if Eleanor could put it up, we submitted and we haven't made any decisions because we're not a formal committee yet, but in chit-chatting about possibilities, if Eleanor could put up that slide of the map that I submitted.
It's page 50, maybe, Eleanor.
It's page 49, I believe, Bill, Eleanor.
So.
Okay, there you go, 50.
This map represents in the checkered, the existing Nantucket area plan. The green initially is what we were thinking would make sense for possible expansion. We also included the blue area, which was obviously not previously there, but that was the landfill and town-owned area. And we didn't know if in the discussions, if it would make sense if the town wanted that included in there for any possible reasons or not. The orange is the Linda Loring Foundation property, and the purple is the Fishers Landing property that you'll see is two segments of it. And we also, thanks to the Nathan Porter, the GIS administrator, he helped me get this together. And we also included the red line, which is the Nantucket Harbor Watershed District. So we wanted to show that as where the district was, and the committee may or may not decide that it needs to stretch to that distance or not, but we wanted to put it in there for the general discussion purposes. We think we're very fortunate to have two veterans of the original 2006 work group who are glutton for punishment and have decided they will take some more. Diana Brown, who's on the call right now, was a recording secretary and a member of that. She's agreed to chair our committee going forward. And Tom Erickson also was a member of the original committee and has agreed to participate. So that's it in a nutshell. We wanted to absolutely get going on this, but we wanted to be an official recognized group so that we could start this process. The original one took like 6 years to develop. We certainly don't anticipate that. And you'll notice also we've included at least one slot for somebody from the Nantucket Planning Department and whomever else your committee feels that needs to be on there. So I don't know if Diana has anything else through the chair to contribute or not, but that's our pitch.
Thank you very much, Bill. Does anyone have any comments on what Bill has said, staff or board members? Before we continue this conversation. Christy, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm going to blame this question on my newness, but do we only include homeowners in these subcommittees, or do we usually include renters as well?
Not a limitation to, there is not a limitation to homeowners only. It's really open to residents of the area. So it could certainly include renters or people who live there. Yep.
Thank you. I just, in our conversation with diversity in the town area plan, I would hope that we also look at that in the rest of the area plans. And just looking at that list, it just looked like it was a lot of homeowners. I was just curious. Thank you.
I just want to quickly just talk about, are we going to adopt, our plans to adopt a boundary tonight, Andrew, or to consider it for the next meeting? Just curious.
Well, you could do either. I mean, you could, based on your discussion, you could, if you're comfortable adopting the, an expanded boundary, you certainly could do that. It's on the agenda that way. If you need more time and want to consider it, that's fine too.
I mean, I want to definitely get the board members, the committee members on. That's not the issue. I didn't realize that we were going that far out into Eel Point. Not sure. This is reminding me of when we had to draw the line somewhere between Maya Comet and Surfside, Andrew, and we were like, wow, why don't we just do everything? It's complicated, but Nantucket is different because it's so seasonal and, it's a summer situation, in reality, and you don't want to not include them. But at the same time, I don't see an Eel Point Area Plan Association coming forward anytime soon either. So maybe there's merit to this. Nantucket is, sort of the focal point, but it branches out for a handful of issues, not getting into, every little thing in the 9 points of the plan. I do really like Fisher's Landing being a part of it. That I was in favor of that from the beginning. But I didn't think about Warren's Landing Road and the Nature Foundation part of it and stuff like that. But that's definitely something to consider, as long as it doesn't, it stays more focused on the things that matter there versus stuff that's, not, they don't have the same issues, so that would be my feeling personally. But it does make some sense to do that. So Judith, go ahead. Sorry. Oh, you're muted, Judith.
I was going to ask Bill or Diana if she's still around. Do you have ideas about, following up on Chris's point about how to get more diverse population, including renters, to be added? It may be that we could authorize the committee tonight as it is, but with the understanding that there's maybe 3 slots to be filled, and that we'd really expect to try to fill those rapidly in order not to have somebody be left behind on it. I know you, Maureen, too, the community out there, so you may have thoughts on that, but I hate to slow you down, but I know Andrew and I had talked, and I can't remember, Nat, if you were in that meeting, about the need to do a kind of broad-based inquiry to solicit across the island of people who were interested either in the area plans or in other ways with the master plan. And I think we're not quite ready to launch something that full-blown at this point, but I'd feel better if we knew that there was some added diversity there, and maybe you can help us on that front.
Go ahead, Diana. Bill, either one of you, it doesn't matter. Sorry.
Well, through you, Mr. Chairman, I'll just say that we know several of the people and organizations who do rent their homes, or, you know, like in Tristram's Landing, there's a lot of homes for rent during the summer, and in Fishers there are as well. So we could certainly reach out to people that we know who are active in renting to try to identify some of those renters. And I think that's a really good point about bringing them in. It's probably not helpful to have somebody who's just here for one, you know, 1 week period during the summer and that's all they ever do. But there are
Right.
people who come here for longer periods and
Yeah.
they might have a
Tradition,
point of view.
like a tradition, I think.
I'm also
Yeah.
thinking about renters who rent year round,
Yeah.
not just the summer population. And maybe there's people with secondary dwellings that rent those part-time or something along those lines. But I think you really know the community, so you're really in the best position to help be sure we get the kind of mix we're looking for.
You know, that, Bill, go ahead. I have a comment for Judith. Go ahead.
So that's a wrinkle that we really hadn't thought of, which is a very good point. And if I heard right, maybe you could designate X number of slots to be filled sooner than later, which would give us some time to find some, I don't know what they call it, reoccurring renters, or somebody that's not just a short termer, it's come once every 5 years or whatever. So that would take some trying to figure out some definitions for that. And I think it probably would lend itself, that definition, whatever it is, would lend itself for the other area associations in their process, so that we're all selecting the same way. And then to the chairman's point about Eel Point, that the largeness of the section of green that we talked about was just put out there as a what if. But within Eel Point, we thought it was absolutely necessary to include the section of Eel Point that is within the Nantucket watershed district.
Right.
Because they are, unbeknownst to them, they are under the new mandate that the Board of Health did with their policy 51, which quite frankly is what interested Fisher's Landing to get noticed that, oh, we better pay attention to what's going on in Nantucket. We haven't done a stellar job doing so. And so they want to, I think they're sort of viewing it as a way to force themselves to keep informed with what's going on.
Yep, I think it's great. I see what you're doing. It makes sense. The route you took, that sort of backside of Eel Point comes around with the 220, 230 numbers that the houses have, Eel Point Road numbers on Warren's Landing. I think that's good, Bill. I was just thinking about the discussions we've had in recent time on right-of-way committee about Fisher's Landing and the road and the drainage and the engineering from the original subdivision. There was some confusion with that and some things that they wanted that they may not really want and all that kind of stuff. So I think some of those things can come up in this process and help them get more informed. I think also on this whole rental thing that Christy brought up, I think it's something that never was ever mentioned, because frankly, the people were just, it was more about the summer because they're here. And that was the focus that we always had with every area plan. Well, we can't do it in the winter because there's nobody here that is going to be able to do it. You know what I mean? But I think input from people that rent, they don't necessarily have to commit. You know, we don't want to say to someone, well, you have to be, you know, on this group, but how about making sure that people know that they can have input, you know, with different issues they may have to submit to members, things like that. So they're included. And, you know, you don't want to scare people away and tell them, well, you have to do this and you have to do that. You know what I mean? You want to make it work for them. Because I know there's some people that rent out in Nantucket. I never thought about that, to be honest with you. I think that's a good point. It's just, you know, we want to make it work for them though. You don't want to make it impossible. So I think that's good. You know, Mary Ann Hanley lives in Nantucket and rents. I mean, you know, you wouldn't think about that, would you? But she does. So that's a good point. So, but I think we can definitely adopt the members at this meeting. I think that we could look at this line with staff. Bill, I think that you're bringing up some really good points about the sewer. I wasn't thinking about that either. You can even get into the water quality issues and Warren's Landing and scalloping and all kinds of different things if you really wanted to. But I think the issues with Warren's Landing Road, where it turns to dirt, and you know, looking at access out there and things like that, improvements, things that probably will never happen, but with the pressure of those new houses out there, there's always room for discussion. So we've had some things come through the planning board with roads, with land in the layout and having to move the road and this and that. So there's a lot of strange things that go on out there at the end of Eel Point Road. Judith, go ahead.
And Nat, just one other suggestion for Dana and Bill. I wonder if you consider having somebody from CRAC be on your, Maureen would know, I'm sure, Fritz, to be on this working group, because the erosion you guys are facing is so notable. The Sheep Road area and the infrastructure with Millie's Bridge and everything of that sort, all that is going to be on people's minds with coastal resiliency. And I think it's very important to have that kind of coordination and cross-fertilization go on the whole way long. So I don't know whether anybody in your current roster has that background, but I see Mary Longacres here in the attendance list, and she may have ideas to suggest to you too, but I think that would really be pretty advisable, or maybe some of the staff like Vince Murphy or others may be in a position to give advice. I think, Bill, you did such a great job with the Civic League and the presentation about, I'm blanking on the fellow's name who wants to have kind of buried off the coast there to create shoals, that kind of thing.
Joe.
Yeah. Joe, can't think of his last name. Begins
Joe
with
Farrell.
Yeah. But it just seems to me that you've got some unique issues there, and if there's a way to also bring that right into your discussions, that it'd probably save having to go back and retool after things get further along. And you might also be able to get CRAC. They're trying to do some good outreach to be sure they do intake of people's views. So maybe some of the survey work or whatever they're doing might be targeted to Nantucket if you helped guide it or something like that.
Bill.
Yes, sir.
What do you think about what Judith said? I think that makes some sense.
We believe that obviously, you know, the authorization comes from your commission, and our intent with putting the names forward was, these are the people that we would like to absolutely see on the committee, plus whomever else your group feels should be added. So for example, you know, we didn't think of the seasonal person. So one thing that, you know, you might want to say, okay, we approve the submitted names plus a placeholder for X number of seasonal, plus somebody from planning, whatever, so that, you know, you structure what it is for what the final committee looks like.
Yeah, Andrew, I got a kind of a crazy question that might help with some of this. With the CRAC question that Judith brought up. Is there any, and Mary's on, so she can probably help with this question too. Would Vince Murphy be considered a staff person for a specific area plan? if it's necessary, or at least someone with some input possibly, or is that a little bit out, outside the scope of this
Well,
situation?
it's possible. I can't, he doesn't report to me, so I can't, it's not like I
No,
can.
I know, but you know what I mean, right?
I mean, he certainly could be a resource. Absolutely. There's no question.
I think we did that in the past, not with him, obviously, but I know that we had, I'm not sure if it was Jeff Carlson that was involved with some of this, the Brand Point area I'm speaking to now. That was the most recent one, and I remember something possibly about him, but I can't remember exactly, but I think we had some input. So I think that might be something.
Comment on that, if I may.
Go ahead, Maureen. Yep.
Yeah, the Bill and Diana and I are all board members of the Nantucket Conservation Association, and we have a separate coastal erosion work group within our association, and Vince has been extremely active and working with our group on the erosion issues and dune grass, various things, helping, getting dune grass and getting research done. So we have a very good working relationship already with Vince. And so, I would think, I don't know, Bill and Diana, what you think, but I would think that we would certainly want to continue to consult with Vince. I mean, he attends our subgroup meetings as often as he can. So he's been very involved. He's well aware of the very specific Nantucket issues. Right. So we would definitely, we're already lucky enough to be getting his expertise. And I think we would want to continue to do that. And it's, for now I don't know how formalized it has to be, but I
think you've answered the question. I think this is great. So you've already got him. You already know him, you're already working with him, so that's good. So that's perfect. Okay. Diana, do you have anything to add, or you good for now? So are you okay?
Yeah.
You're okay with us continuing the discussion for the next meeting on the boundaries, and then vote, taking action on the members tonight?
That would be very helpful with, as Bill suggested, with slots, open slots with names to be determined.
Right. Yep, exactly.
Thank you.
Eleanor, is there anyone waiting?
Yes, Mary Longacre and Leslie Forbes.
Okay. Mary, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So as chair of the Coastal Resilience Advisory Committee, I can't speak for Vince, but I can testify that he does have a close relationship with the groups in Nantucket. But in terms of the committee itself, if it's your feeling that somebody could or should represent the committee in an area plan work group, I would be happy to bring that question to the committee. We are meeting next Tuesday, and I'd be happy to add that to our agenda. I don't want to insert us into the process, but I am offering to explore that with the committee if you would like me to.
I think what Maureen said, Mary, is pretty much answers everything with Vince, and certainly pass it along or whatever once this gets rolling. And he's here year round, which is helpful. So continuing work in the off season is key as well. So.
Mr. Chairman, can I just make a point?
Yeah, go ahead.
One thing about the area plans that we really want, we really hope for with the committee, who's making the final votes on the recommendations that affect their own neighborhoods. I mean, that's sort of the whole purpose of the area plan, is to have it made up of people that live in the area. They can bring in expertise from any committee or, otherwise, but I don't think it's a good idea to, overlap other committees too much. It's one thing if they live in the area, they want to be part of it. But again, the area plan process was envisioned as a group of residents sort of learning about planning, walking through these 9 elements, and then taking a vote on their own future and their own destiny, really. So I don't want to get too far with that, with too much overlap of other committees, if we can help it.
Stay in the lane, but get some help. I got it. So,
Leslie Forbes.
Leslie, I see her. I mean, I don't see her, but I know she's there. Leslie, thank you for coming.
Hi, Nat. I am one of the proposed members of the Nantucket Area Plan Work Group. Have been part of our chit-chatting, as Bill calls it, leading up to our letter and our presentation to you that we want to get going. I have two areas of further clarification that I would like. Particularly Christy Ferrantella suggestion of renters. And so my clarity that I'm looking for is, should we be focusing more on year-round renters or on people who rent year after year for maybe a month? Ideally, we could do both, but in the event that we are unsuccessful in finding lots of candidates, which we will try to do, which way is the priority, and what have other area plans do? We'd like to have sort of the same type of makeup. Do the other area plans have year-round renters on their committee, on their work group? That's one question.
I don't think we've ever really formally talked about it before to that level. There may have been some that we just never really knew they were or weren't. I think that would be my quick answer from the past, Andrew. I don't know if I could really be definitive.
I think the issue of diversity and inclusion is an emerging, since a lot of these plans were done, I think it's an emerging trend, emerging realization that, you have to make extra efforts to include people that might otherwise feel intimidated and not step forward. I took Christy, I don't want to speak for you, but I thought her comment was to include maybe some of the people who do rent, who might be, who don't own a home yet here on Nantucket. They're not in that income group, but they're still contributing, and, so that we get a balanced approach. Is that right? If that's wrong, let me know.
No, that's correct. And I would focus more on the year-round rentals than the people who rent summer after summer. But again, I think everybody who participates or who experiences their neighborhood should try to contribute. So, if you can't find a year-round rental, then I would also look at those seasonal rentals to at least have input.
Thank you. My other question is about crack and natural resources. We did have a discussion about this, and following along what Andrew just mentioned, because we met with him early on, maybe 18 months ago, about how to do this, and he talked about residents and that we could bring in experts like crack committee members and natural resource members and transportation experts and whatever, so we could have them come and speak to our group or answer questions that we might have, and that would be sufficient, that we didn't need to have them as members of the work group per se. We're concerned about getting a little unwieldy in terms of numbers. And so I was glad to hear you say that, Andrew, and I guess I would look to the committee for some guidance, that maybe having people as experts who would come and speak to us and share data that we are missing as committee members, who are not necessarily residents of Nantucket, but certainly would bring something to the conversation and our understanding of things. And is that okay?
Sure. And, Mr. Chair, I think, maybe just, I noticed that you've got, the group is made up right now of 5 seasonal MCAs, and maybe, some of those, maybe those are traded out. And just some thought maybe about, I think you have 3 year-round people. There's MCA without, there's year-round MCA, and then there's just 3 MCA with no designation. What are those? What do those stand for?
Let me get to my page so I can look at it. Oh, Bob Kucharvi is year-round. Leslie is year-round. Tom Erickson is year-round. Diana is year-round. Bruce Mandel is, he's mostly year-round. And Kathy Slattery, mostly year-round.
Yeah.
More than seasonal, but not here 365 days out of the year.
Gotcha. Thank you.
We did work hard to try and get all kinds of representation, but we didn't think of renters.
Yep.
One other thing, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead, Bill.
Listening to Andrew's recap of what the area plan in concept is intended for, making decisions about an area that you live in. The more I grasp that description and think about our effort to be inclusionary, I would tend to lean towards trying to find renters that rent here year round as opposed to seasonal, because I think it'd be a difficult time trying to determine what the breakoff point is for seasonal versus somebody who rents year round, and this is in fact their home. It's just a rental home.
Yeah.
Right.
They'd actually be partaking in something that where they live and happen to rent, as opposed to where they live someplace else and they rent for a period of time.
I hear the concerns. I think it's hard to, I mean, is there a limit, Andrew, on the number of appointed work group members versus ad hoc members?
There isn't, but there is the unwieldy point when you get.
Yeah, I know.
And again, we do not have a lot of, we will cut out staff time to help as much as we can, but at this point, we don't have someone that I can assign sort of full time to this right now. So
yeah. I think the point about input from rental people, even landlords, people that aren't, that run into these issues. I mean, there's different things that can be done to include people without it taking away from somebody that's actually committed to it, with the assumption that they're going to be, involved. It's kind of an open-ended question that doesn't really have a perfect answer. I think the most important, especially in Nantucket, because there's not probably a lot less people that fit in this category as far as, year-round rentals. But I think that making sure that this group has a real good outreach to the community out there. I mean, everybody knows what's going on in Nantucket. So having the ability for someone that rents to be able to have input, I think, can kind of take care of itself. That's sort of how I see it. I don't want to see anyone, told they can't participate officially as a member because of this question. At the same time, I think the question is important. And it's something that no one's ever brought up before at all that I can remember. So certainly something that needs to be considered some way, allowing that. I mean, I sort of saw the seasonal issue as that, and how we participated in the summertime. That was our main focus before, was summer. So, I mean, leave that up to you guys. That's just my feeling about this, making sure that people outside the group have input, welcome. So that's all I have, Andrew. Can't see anybody, so.
are we ready for motions, or?
I think we are. I mean, I think this group they've done a lot of work, and they've done everything themselves. So I don't think we should question that at all. So do we take a vote before someone makes a motion? Andrew, are we voting for just the, work group members now? That list on page 50, 48 rather, excuse me.
You can do that. Yes, you can do that.
Okay, so I'll accept the motion to approve the group on page 48 of the regular work group members. Judith? Oh, do you have a comment, Judith?
I do. That's not my motion. My motion is
Oh, I'm sorry.
to approve the work group with 3 additional slots left vacant and to be filled with year-round renters at the first opportunity based on the advice of the people in the working group.
Great.
I'll
Is there a
second.
second? John seconded. All those in favor by roll call. Fritz McClure.
Aye.
Judith Wagner.
Aye.
John Trudell.
Aye.
Christy Ferrantella.
Aye.
Maureen Phillips.
Aye.
Bert Johnson.
Aye.
Wendy Hudson.
Wendy?
Wendy, where are you? Okay, the chair votes aye. Thank you for that, Judith. Excellent motion. So since you're so good at that with this, would you like to make the next motion for the ad hoc group?
So
Please.
moved. I meant, well.
Oh, you
thought I
wanted to
was-
include it
I
all?
thought I was doing the whole thing, but.
One motion. It can be one motion. We don't need two.
Okay.
separate. It's all on
Okay.
page 48, so she's just
Okay,
added.
perfect.
That's what I thought.
Okay, great. Excellent. Thank you very much. Bill, are you okay?
Great, thank you very much, and we look forward to
Diana?
this meeting.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
So we're not going
Thank
to vote
you.
on boundaries. We're going to accept, we're going to look for
We're going to continue that.
Okay.
Yeah, for the next meeting. I think there's a lot of good information there. I don't think we're quite ready for that yet.
Okay.
And I want to thank you all for everything you've done to get this together. It's a lot of work. This reminded me of the original Tom Nevers. This is a lot. Okay.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Next item, Andrew, is Surfside.
So, Mr. Chairman, thanks. We had a brief discussion about the Surfside submission at our December meeting, and unfortunately, weren't able to have an intervening discussion. A work group started and did some excellent initial work in Surfside. That's a large area, as you know. This is also an update, so there's 3, separate areas of Surfside. This is a plan that I think is going to require some additional work. We really probably need to sit with the authors of this. One of the things, again, about the area plan is to get into specifics as opposed to generalities. So, and we have some specific ideas that we did not communicate to them through no fault of their own, but there's some specific zoning areas we want Surfside to look at. They brought up a little bit of that in the plan. There's still an R20 area that those of you on the planning board know that we have had hearings about those areas out in the country overlay districts, trying to phase those out. That still exists in Surfside. There's, discussions about the roadways and the level of future improvements. So there's some additional work to do here. Judith and Fritz had offered to take a look. I know I had talked to Judith. I have not talked to Fritz about what his impressions were. I know Judith said she had scanned that, but I think basically, like I've done with some of the other groups, we need to bring the maps to them. We need to have a further discussion about what needs to be accomplished. So it's a good first start, but I do think that, sometime during the summer, maybe when more of the residents are here, we can have a follow-up. There's not a huge rush to this. Again, with the schedule for the overall master plan, we want to get as many of these small areas and input as we can, but this needs a little more work.
Nat, there is Mr. Tom's, I'm going to butcher his name,
Yep.
Sidlowski.
No, I know. Yep. Sadlowski. Yep. Before we take him, Andrew, were you thinking about VR out there?
That's one possibility. There's others. It's again, there's some additional work we need to think about.
Yeah, I bet there is. I bet there's a lot of nonconformities out there. Not quite as laid out as Hummock Pond. Okay, Tom, go ahead. Thank you. Welcome. If you can hear me. Wendy, you're back now. Good.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can, Tom.
Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yep.
Okay, sorry. I'm Tom Sidlowski. I'm a resident of Surfside. I'm also the president of the Surfside Association. Just want to clarify what we've submitted. We understand that a committee has to be formed officially and done. We misunderstood some of the communications this summer through the Civic League and thought this was much more of a near-term issue. So we sent out an email to the Surfside Association mailing list, which includes more than just our members. A lot of other neighbors get messages from us, but it's not a comprehensive. We ended up with 10 people, and we had Zoom meetings every other week we probably had at least 10 or 12 meetings, and we looked at the plan. We did know that we didn't have a member from your committee or plus participation, but we had some momentum, and the people were interested, and we went through that and submitted that, which really is something to help the future plan, the future group to work with. So I think when you guys are ready in the summer, we'll have to start anew, probably with a new committee, and find a chairman of the committee who's not, also the Surfside president. I got a few other things to do. So I appreciate you guys looking at it. I know that it's just really the work of a group of people. We did try to get people from each of the areas. Didn't get as much on the west, although we contacted people like the Tipping Point and that, and didn't get that. Did not work, Andrew, on zoning things because we're not really aware of your zoning issues, so you just have to bring them to us. But there won't be a problem getting a committee together, and I do think that we can make sure we get people who are full-time renters on, although I don't know that we have as many in the association area, which is really closer to the beach. The association membership is much more of a summer membership. So you guys have my email, and as soon as you guys are ready, give us a shout out, and we'll get a real committee together and get a little deeper than we did this time.
Tom, just a quick suggestion to you. Do you communicate with Chris? Do you communicate with Chris McGee at all?
Yeah. He was on our committee.
No, I know. I see his name, obviously. I would consider continue to talk to him about how we got to where we were in 2009 and how we, what's changed and what it took to do that.
I've talked to them a lot. I've been an officer of the association for 10 years and lived down the street from McGee. McGee's no longer a resident.
Okay. I was just suggesting if he's around in the summer or what he's doing. I haven't talked to him in a while, but he definitely remembers what we did, all the work we did, and he did a lot of his own work for those roadways in there to get the holes patched. I mean, he went above and beyond anyone I've ever seen at that time. I can tell you that.
I agree, and if you didn't notice, he was also on our group. He participated with us through this whole system. So,
Okay, good.
so we'll keep him on, and if he wants to participate again, we'll get him to go do that. But both, I'm very close with Quigley and Fawcett
Yep.
and the crowd
Okay.
that basically did it last time. None of them really wanted to participate this time. They found it too much work last time. So we have to find some new victims.
Yeah, no, that's good. I'm glad you brought them up. Okay. Does anyone have any questions? Andrew, I think that, yeah, I think you already know what we have to do out here. So,
Yep.
Okay, so we can just continue this item. We don't need to take a vote on these members now, correct? Okay.
No, this is just an update. And again, to let you know, I mean, again,
Okay.
we have 3 of these updates and that's it for now. We're just going to focus and work through on these 3 before we start any new ones.
Okay, thank you. Tom, thank you for your input. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right, Andrew Sconset, I'm kind of very optimistic about things out there right now. So give us an update.
Yep. So
on that.
Sconset has been very busy. I met with their group and this past summer. Gave them the maps. There's a very motivated group there. They were reviewing there's been 2 iterations of their own area plan over time. They have decided to do this very extensive survey, which I don't know if you all had a chance to look at that. They're going to be discussing that in the next few weeks. So again, I think I think when it comes to, outreach, this is very helpful to, to reach out and be able to document, the fact that you reached out and got quite a bit of input. So we have some different topics for them too. One of the issues that came up, again, for planning board members, you know that there was an article to do some rezonings out there that we voted to continue and to get into the work groups, before the work group to get some study and some review. There's a few other projects that I've been working on with them to clean up some of the land titles at Codfish Park, to look at some of public access along the beach properties. We have some outstanding work to do with the Sconset Trust on beach access that, again, involves some title work and other things. So there's a lot going on out there. Discussion about a new fire station is another issue that has come up. So there's several topics that we're working through out there. I think the survey, and we should think about maybe doing a survey in some of the other areas, before we finalize some of our votes. That's where we can help if there's missing pieces. But again, this is an update to let you know where we are and that this group is busy at work out in Sconset and doing a great job.
Great. No, that's good. And also that you brought up what we did at the last meeting with the zoning. I think that, that's always the big, complicated discussion to have. And I think that that's really important, to talk to them and update them on where we've been, what's been changed. Andrew, with especially the area around Chanticleer that we changed to preserve that area, and also some of the little SOH versus SR1 stuff that's happened. People know, so they know the history of where the zoning came, how it got established in 72 out there versus everywhere else, because I don't even understand it. So I think this would be good for all of us to understand. So does anyone have any questions? So we don't need to do anything here either, Andrew, no formal vote. Okay. Judith, do you have anything? Fritz? I can't see everyone, so I just thought
I was just going to ask, as a refresher, did we approve a map and their membership previously? I'm not sure we did, and I just take to heart the point about there aren't necessarily many year-round renters out there, but there may be some other issues about the size and scale, or who from NPDC is the liaison, or I don't remember having action on
we
those
didn't,
matters.
there's no map change here, so there was no need to vote a new map. Just like Surfside, because again, we're using the same area that we've already voted. We have not voted on membership for Sconset.
So does that mean you'd want a volunteer from this group possibly?
I'm always looking for volunteers, absolutely.
Well, I would just offer, if Fritz works the Surfside, I'm happy to shift over here if you think that's worthwhile, but it's closer to me than some parts of the island, but just when we get to that point.
Sure.
There may be others, however.
Andrew, when was the first Sconset? Oh, go ahead, Fritz.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to participate in any way on any of the area plans. And I mean, if you need somebody to participate, if not, okay. I don't have any particular preference between any of the groups. So just if you need somebody, I'm there.
Andrew, when did that plan originally get done? That was one of the earlier ones, wasn't it? Sconset?
Oh, Sconset was, yeah, it was one of the first, and there's a
Right,
second version of it too. Yes.
So they're sort of down the road, and that's the good thing about Sconset is the people out there that do get involved are they don't have, like, I don't know how to explain it, but everything they do there seems to focus on what's realistically, necessary. So that's good stuff. So yeah, Andrew, I mean, Drew's point about the members officially endorsing them or whatever, voting for them to be official members, I think that's kind of important, but I don't know who they are, except from the names that have come across some of the other committees, like traffic safety and this latest thing they've done a lot of stuff with that. So maybe that can be for the next meeting or the the meeting after that, or whatever, if that's the right thing to do.
Yeah, I think that we could certainly consider, putting together a final committee, that takes a vote that is.
And just give them the same information that we just did with Nantucket, open seat stuff. And that, I mean, there's not even how many people live out there year round now? I mean, we can't even find the right person to grab the fire truck. You know what I mean? So it's not that easy, Sconset. So, but I think that's a good point. So.
Yep, I agree.
Nat, it's Fred.
Yes, Fritz, go ahead.
Yeah, I just have one suggestion. I think, Bill Belichick would probably be a great participant in the group as a non-year round resident.
We'll just have him as Bill, and that's it. You don't have to have anything else. Just Bill.
Yeah.
Aunt Tilly Coffin's house is coming along, I can tell you that. Boy, that's quite an undertaking. All right. So we don't have to take a vote, Andrew. Is everybody okay with this conversation with Sconset? Okay. Andrew, articles of planning concern.
So
I haven't looked at that yet. How long do you think this will take?
Not long. It's
Okay.
really just, I guess, a quick update on some of the articles that we talked about. Some new articles have come in, though. Eleanor, I think that if you use the screen share so we could go through these, I think that would be helpful.
Okay, just be mindful that I'm taking minutes while screen sharing. So if you need me to switch from one page to the next, I'm just going to be a little delayed.
Okay.
All right, let me do that.
Just to let the commission know too, So Leslie and Judith and I were before the Finance Committee today on planning board related articles, and pretty much they voted in line with the planning board recommendation on certainly on all of the newly submitted articles. They did not vote to change their position on the pool article, which it's one of the rare occasions where the FinCom and the planning board are, have taken a different vote, but. Okay, so the first, we did an internal look at what articles that we thought were of planning concern. Some of them have already been voted by the FinCom, so there's probably nothing left to do. Remember, what we do at the Planning Commission on these articles is say they are of planning concern, and typically we give advice to somebody. In this case, it's usually the FinCom. Generally, we leave the planning board or the zoning articles to them. So we'll just go down quickly on where we are. So Newtown Road transportation improvements and Lover's Lane were carried over from the 2020 annual town meeting. We voted to support those at the time, and the FinCom has continued to support both of these with a motion to adopt heading into the 2021 ATM. So unless anyone wants to talk about these, I think we're consistent. So there's really, hopefully, hopefully Lover's Lane will pass this year. That lost by 16 votes at the ballot, and hopefully we're moving towards a final approval. If we could jump down to Article 38, Eleanor. So this article, there's several articles about housing that have come in. This article was submitted, the primary person was Arthur Reed, to commit some of the short-term rental income to this stabilization fund. The FinCom is going to discuss this on March 23rd. So again, I don't know if anyone has any particular opinions about this or want to hear what the FinCom says first. But I think I think most of you would agree that this is of planning concern. And I don't know if anybody has a position on it yet.
Andrew, Mr. Chair.
Yep, go ahead, Judith.
What did the select board end up doing? Because there's several different housing proposals. If I heard one of their meetings, but not their most recent one, so I didn't know where they came out at this point. We're not really advising them because they've already acted, right?
I believe you're right. Maybe Christy, is Christy still on?
Yeah, so the select board didn't make any recommendations because we let FinCom make the recommendations and then the select board can comment after. So we just had a discussion this past week about the different articles and more so discussing the article with the 475,000. I think that's Article 30. It's not on this page, but combining that into the general fund, Article 8 was the major discussion that we had this past week. So we didn't endorse one article or another. We just had a general discussion.
Okay. Moving
If
on.
you're asking for opinions, Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
I would say I like the Arthur Reed proposal best. I am concerned that the Brookmore proposal is going to potentially draw opposition because of the impact on the land bank, and that that could sour people on supporting affordable housing generally. The Reed one seemed to me to balance things pretty reasonably. I don't know, Andrew, if you're saying since there's going to be more discussion with FinCom that we would act, if we don't act till May, that's too late, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I don't know when FinCom will take an actual vote on this. We probably will have an April meeting. Again, I didn't know if you all had thoughts about it. I agree with your assessment, Judith, but I don't know if anyone else, there are some articles that we say, yeah, that's a planning concern, but we're going to let the other groups make a decision and see what happens. Or, we say one way or another, we support or we oppose. So we can come back to that because there's some other housing articles that we'll hit on. Okay. So again, I'm kind of going in order here. So the next article that's new is Article 68. And this was of planning concern in my mind because it has to deal with the ongoing work of trying to deal with the intersection of Prospect, Surfside, and Sparks Ave, which has been proposed for a roundabout, as you know. And there was work to basically, to negotiate with the hospital when that was built. And this proposed article, again, which I'm not sure that it's actually in legal form, it's to basically transfer land away from the roundabout back to the school committee control. And I think the school committee gets to independently vote on that.
Do you know where that is in the packet? I'm not finding it.
It's warrant article 68.
I know, I have the ones that were submitted through Leslie. Would it have been with that bunch?
No. Those were planning board ones.
Yeah, those are planning board.
Yeah, I don't think I have the 68. I can pull it up if you want from a different source.
Well, the status of this is the FinCom has not acted on it yet. There was a somewhat related article last year, Article 67, which we flagged as being a planning concern and recommended not to adopt it. The FinCom did make that motion, and that is the motion that continues moving forward. That was to prohibit roundabouts near schools.
God. And so can we, I don't want Eleanor to kill herself to find this. Is this going to work, Eleanor, for you to do this? Screen share. Oh, we're back.
I'll have to go back and get it from a different place. Hold
All
on.
right. Wasn't there 2 articles, Andrew?
Article 67, which was submitted and carried over from the 2020 ATM.
Yeah.
And then this new article that came in, which is Article 68. The 2 of them are grouped together.
Okay.
All right, so we'll come back to that one.
Yeah.
Okay, Article 74, which was the rental car bylaw amendment. I know that some of you had expressed interest in. The FinCom did meet on that and have made a motion not to adopt.
Yeah. After further information, I can see why now. Yeah.
Oh, God. It's gonna be hard.
I would, Mr. Chair, if I'm in order,
Yeah.
I think that's clearly a matter of planning concern, and I know Christie has an opinion on that. The select board spent time on that. I don't think they've done their homework to really sort that out at all. So I think take no action if the board, if the commission would agree with that is appropriate.
Andrew, is this the right one? Are you on, I found 67 and 68.
Yep,
Okay.
that's it.
We'll just do it this way because I guess I didn't, I'm sorry, the packet may not have some of the ones you wanted in there.
Well, hold on a minute. Judith kind of got us into a different spot here with
Eleanor, can you go to
suggestions.
Article 74, please?
Yes.
Sorry. So, Judith, go ahead. I read. I've done a little bit more digging on this as well. Talked to several people that actually know exactly what this is all about, and I kind of agree now about take no action.
My view, for what it's worth, is it's definitely a matter of planning concern, because any transportation with large amounts of cars has a bearing, and they really hadn't done the analysis. And I think, as you're alluding to, Mr. Chair, some of what was in the select board packets that Matt Fee had put in, I think, if I'm not mistaken, had evidence from some of the locally rooted rental car providers saying there were plenty of cars, and that the proposal was basically going to be antithetical to their ability to sustain themselves. The proposal also was to make a minimum of a certain number of cars per year available, when the existing bylaw had set that as a cap based going back into the 80s. So I think it was unfortunate both that it was not an accurate or well considered presentation by the airport representatives to give the select board adequate information, and took a lot of pulling teeth to try to draw that out. They took a position in those meetings basically saying, well, it wasn't because they were trying to raise money, and it wasn't this and it wasn't that, and it never really became clear as to why they were doing what they were doing. So it really seems like there's not, it's built on sand. It isn't really thought through, and it's better, in my opinion, that the select board take over those decisions and leave it to the airport, given how the airport has failed to do due diligence even on any of this. But I really would defer. I know Chris is part of those discussions and probably would have more insight to add. But I do think it's premature and not well thought out. So that's why I would say, just based on that, apart from the merits, that's grounds to say take no action.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead, Andrew.
Just for clarification, the FinCom's already made that motion not to adopt. So, I mean, I think if the motion were something like, it is a planning concern and we support the FinCom motion.
Yeah.
I make that motion.
Yeah.
I'll second that.
Okay. By roll call, Fritz McClure.
Aye.
Judith.
Aye.
John Trudell.
Aye.
Christie.
Aye.
Maureen Phillips.
Aye.
Brett Johnson.
Aye.
Wendy, you there?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you very much. Yeah, I've got the same gist, Judith, from who I spoke to about it. And unfortunate lack of information, definitely. Okay, we're gonna go back to 67 and 68, Andrew. I think that we should just get that cleaned up.
Okay.
Okay.
So just to recap, Article 67, we voted that it was a planning concern last year and recommended not to adopt, which the FinCom recommended to the town meeting at that time. So they are continuing with the same motion not to adopt coming up for the 21 ATM. So the new article, which they haven't actually acted upon yet, is Article 68, which would transfer the care management of, a portion of the land at the corner back to the school committee. But I don't think that the school committee gets to vote what it wants to do, and the Board of Selectmen gets to vote what it wants to do when it comes to land and everything else. So I think it's the same principle as Article 67, and to be consistent, I would recommend that it is a planning concern, and our recommendation would be not to adopt.
Andrew, can I just ask a quick question before we take a vote, or anyone
Yes.
else has any comments? Has John Giorgio weighed in on this one yet? Or the little scorecard, or how are they don't do the same thing, but they do something?
He did, and I believe it was pointed out that, the town meeting can recommend something, but again, care, custody, and management of a parcel of land is voted by the school committee.
So it's technically illegal then, without getting into,
Yeah.
mincing words, but that's what it sounds like.
I don't
Okay.
think it's going to be effective, is what
Yeah.
the long and short of it is.
Okay. Anyone have any comments? I can't see anyone right now, so anyone have any questions or comments to Andrew?
I would support the no action, just because I think what we're doing is looking at these articles, we're really putting the all the authority into the school committee to vote on the land when we're taking it away from need that might be voted on at town meeting by the people. So maybe there's not a need for a roundabout now, but maybe in 5 years, there's a change of heart and we put it into a committee that has a certain position on it that might not change. So I don't know. I think no action.
Yeah.
Nah, Fritz.
Yes, Fritz, go ahead.
I don't disagree, but I think if we could, then we ought to put in a sentence about why we're saying that. In other words, there's a difference between being opposed or not opposed to what the proponent is trying to get at versus whether or not we think it's appropriate. If I'm making myself clear.
What about all the other? I mean, I kind of look at this as the work that's been done with the hospital and the land and everything else is so huge, and so there's a million reasons to say no. It's just a question of what, how you want to word it.
Well, I think it's the question of, do we want to be perceived as saying we're in favor of a roundabout there? Or is it the issue of whether it's appropriate that the town meeting be voting on it? That's all I'm trying to make.
Yeah.
The clarification.
I think that's kind of what Andrew said indirectly with town council's point. So what would you suggest, Andrew, for a motion? With language, or if any, like some kind of note.
So the motion would be that it is a planning concern and that we recommend not to adopt. you know, so that boards and committees that have control, you know, that have, I mean, it's turning what boards and committees do over to town meet, you know, their responsibilities over to town meeting. So, which is really not.
Well, how about
Is it
town meeting
really?
doesn't?
Is
Go
it?
ahead.
It's Fritz. So I'm just
Yeah.
trying to help here. Is it because I don't know, the board believes it's not within the purview of, you know, I don't know what, within the purview of the town meeting to be making this decision or something to that effect?
Yep.
Maybe not maybe it could be said better, but I mean, we're kind of saying we just don't think it's within our jurisdiction to be deciding this, or it's within the town meeting's jurisdiction to be deciding this. So maybe purview within the purview of
Yes.
the whatever. So
Yep.
I'll let you finish it, but that's kind of.
Okay. So it's sort of an improper purview of town meeting.
The town meeting doesn't have authorization to change that use of that property or that piece of land, is what you kind of said that Giorgio said, or no?
It's something that hasn't happened yet. So, I mean, it's one thing if the school committee voted to release it, but they haven't. If the school committee voted that this small section at the corner of the property was not necessary for school purposes, it's their vote to take. So it's a purview question.
This is Christie. Could we make the recommendation to take no action and to, leave this to appropriate town committees to make further recommendations on this lot?
Yep.
Yeah, I that's fine.
I'll either make or second that motion.
Okay.
I'll make that motion.
All right. Fritz, by roll call, Fritz McClure.
Aye.
Judith.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Christy Ferrantello.
Aye.
Maureen.
Aye.
Bert.
Aye.
Wendy.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you for that conversation. It is complicated. I realize that.
Yep.
Sort of before and after the horse a little bit right now too. Okay, is there any other ones, Andrew, that you have highlighted?
Just to update you that last year we voted 76 and 77. We made positive recommendations on these. These were submitted by Ian Golding about
Okay, I
right
know.
of way and buffer zone, and those have positive recommendations from the finance committee. So again, I don't think there's anything we need to do here.
Yeah.
Article 90, short-term rentals, which I know you're
Sick of
all
listening
aware
to.
of.
Go ahead.
The FinCom has voted on this on March 4th, and they did vote a motion not to adopt.
Yeah.
So again, it would,
Yeah.
if you want to send a recommendation to the selectmen, that's
Yeah.
different, or
A vote of support of the
FinCom.
FinCom.
I do think if you want to have a long-term, a more in-depth discussion, we should put this on a future agenda, because I know you're all tired. And
Yeah. Okay. Well, if that's appropriate and time-wise for the final print, or what, Andrew, whatever you want to do, I'm not sure.
Leslie, remind me about when is the adoption of the final warrant with recommendations, you know?
I just looked at that this morning and I don't have it handy, but I believe it's sometime the first or second week of April.
Okay.
I think for the select board, it was scheduled for the first Wednesday or second Wednesday on the timeline.
So you want to get something to them, you know, from us before that. And we don't have another meeting here at this board for, when's our next meeting here, Andrew?
Our next meeting is, yeah, not till the 19th.
Yeah.
Unless we have a special meeting, we can always do that.
This
Judith,
is
how do you feel?
Christy.
Yeah, go ahead. Christy, go
I just
ahead.
looked at the schedule and April 1st, FinCom is doing all their final adoptions. On the 5th, Planning Board, SB, and FinCom are going to meet for to discuss those final motions. And then either on the 7th or the 14th, as the select board will be doing their comments, and it should go to the printer by April 16th. So we just want to have a meeting kind of between April 1st and 7th or 14th.
Why don't we, we haven't done this with COVID, Andrew. We haven't had a planning commission dovetail planning board. That might not work time-wise and stuff like we used to do in the old days, because we just go to the 4FG and do it. Now it's a little harder, so I'm not sure what the answer is there.
The 12th, April 12th is our planning board meeting, right? Well, maybe we could schedule a special meeting on the 5th.
I think right now we should probably not pick an exact date, because we'll have to check in with who schedules the meetings and NCTV and all of that. So it may or may not work out the way we want it to.
With a date, you mean?
With
from
a date.
here. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Bert.
I make a motion that, because we can always change it later, that we make a motion tonight to follow the FinCom's recommendation.
Does anyone want to second that, or for discussion?
For discussion, Mr. Chair,
Go ahead.
I do support that. I think, yes, it is a planning concern. That we should support the Finance Committee. I just think this particular article has too many variables. There are committees being formed for short-term, a couple of committees against the short-term, because what they're standing for. I think it's just, even the one committee was watering down their original proposal. This is a heated topic that I don't think that there's real clarification right now. So for all of those reasons, I would just say it is definitely a planning concern, but we support the Finance Committee's recommendation not to adopt.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
I just said it longer, Bert.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Judith.
I would just say I listened to the whole March 4th meeting this afternoon of FinCom, and I agree that the upshot should be to follow the FinCom's resolution, but I simply wanted to offer this observation. One of the reasons I think they came out where they did and where I'd come out now is that there was all the proponents were suggesting, oh, they might change this or they might change that. It's really the way John said, that there were too many variables. So it's conceivable, at least one of the FinCom members, they talked about the fact that if there was another version of this that were brought forward, it could be reopened and reconsidered by the FinCom. I don't think they would come out the same way, but I'd really like to be, I think they would come out the same way as they have, but I really think it's sort of like with the rental cars, if it's not a fixed target at this point, it's too confusing. It's good to have discussion about this, but it's not pinned down enough now, and it makes me wonder whether it would be at all helpful for us to say we support the FinCom, particularly because there's a good deal of uncertainty about the final version that might go forward, and that further study is needed or something to that effect. That's just an observation for anybody who didn't get to listen.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what Andrew was alluding to at the beginning of this is a long conversation of stuff here, but as far as taking action tonight to you know, support the FinCom or scheduling a special meeting to discuss it. I kind of don't know what the perfect answer is to that.
I don't think we should have a separate meeting because I think it'll be still as
Yeah.
murky as it is now.
I know. You're right, Judith. I agree with you. I'm just trying to be, you know, balanced with this conversation. But I agree with you on this 100%. So anyway, so you want to, so Bert, is that your motion? Or is it John's? It's Bert's, I believe, technically, right?
It was mine. I think, John, did you second it, John?
I don't think
I will
anyone said-
second it, but yeah.
All right.
I'll second Bert's motion.
Okay. With we'll take a roll call vote. Fritz McClure.
I would say no without further comment. With meaning, I'm voting no because I think we should have additional comment in it. So I would vote no on the motion as made.
Just to support the FinCom, you mean?
No, yes, no,
Okay.
yes. I'm voting no.
I know what you mean.
Supporting
Yeah.
the FinCom based on the motion that was made.
Okay. Judith,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Christie,
Aye.
Maureen Phillips,
Aye.
Brett Johnson,
Aye.
Wendy,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. So you got that, Eleanor? 2,
Yes.
7-1, Judith. I mean, Eleanor. Okay. Next discussion. Oh, Andrew, is there any more articles? Sorry.
So Article 97 is the last.
Sorry.
And again, that's the article about the using, you know, portion of the land bank fee. And
yeah,
the article that Christie referenced, is that the CPC article, Christie?
No, it was the article that town admin added for the Affordable Housing Trust to appropriate $475,000 out of the general budget.
Okay. Okay, so that's Article 23. So Article 23 is the 475. Christie, what's Article 24, which is the Housing Trust Fund, 7.5 million?
Those are in the packet, by the way. Those are on page 132 and 133 of the packet. But if I go back there, I've got to stop sharing, but I can do that. Would you like me to do that?
Well, I just want to summarize the housing articles. So we have 23, which is 475,000. We have 24, which is the Affordable Housing Trust, 7.5 million. We have 38, which is Arthur Reed's article from the short-term rental revenue. And then we have Brooke Moore's article, Article 90. So those are the housing related articles.
Hers was 97, Andrew.
Oh, sorry.
Yep. Just check. Just
Yeah,
making
sorry,
sure.
we just talked about 90. Yep.
Oh, boy. So are we back on 90 or are we still with the, or on 24 now? Okay. And you're trying to see if we think this is a planning concern, Andrew?
Yep.
Okay.
It's scheduled to be discussed at FinCom on March 23rd. So if there is any input that the commission wants to give on this, now would be the time to do that. Or you can wait and see.
You don't normally, I mean, I don't remember us ever doing that before, Andrew, before they've, met on something. Have we done that before?
No, we always do that, Nat.
You do?
There are
Okay.
some issues we don't want to we could say, well, we don't want to be involved in it, or we'll let them make the decision.
Okay. Gotcha. Sorry. Is this the article that's every year, or is this the one-time thing, or is this a continuous?
Maybe Christie can tell us about the selectmen's article here. Both of these are there. 23, 24 are select board articles.
Yes. So 23 is the 475,000, which would go towards more of an administrative cost and some of the other programs that the Affordable Housing Trust puts forward. So this, in the conversation last Wednesday at the select board meeting, there was discussion about moving this to be in Article 8, which is the general budget for the town, just to reduce some of the confusion and also to increase it to $2 million a year, which is what the Affordable Housing Trust Fund is looking for annual funding. Article 24 is the $7.5 million debt exclusion, and that is to help fund and sustain Safe Harbor. And so it's basically authorizing the borrowing to build out 135 and 137 Orange Street. And we're requesting it at this town meeting to be used over the next 2 to 3 years so that we can maintain Safe Harbor as we reach our 10% eligibility.
Okay, so this is an authorization to borrow, not a debt exclusion.
Yes.
Okay.
Is it, I mean, I think already it's been expressed that maybe Article 97 is the least palatable of the group. Is that?
Yeah, that's definitely true. That's definitely true. Yeah.
Is that consistent across the commission's opinion?
Anyone want to weigh in on that? Just go through everyone. They agree with that? Oh, okay.
I think Judith said it well earlier in the meeting. I think it's going to create a lot of negative votes from the town because they're taking away something from the land bank. So I agree.
Nat, I'm sorry.
Yes, Eleanor.
It's very hard for me to see multiple things going on, but I just noticed Rick Atherton has his hand raised.
Okay, go ahead, Rick, if you're there.
Thanks, Nat. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, gotcha.
Just an observation. And I'm saying this as one who was very much involved in the appropriation by town meeting and the voters to appropriate $20 million towards the affordable housing initiatives. I think until we all come to a much clearer understanding on the long-term objectives of affordable housing, and I say that in the context of trying to understand whether we want to get to the 10% state guidelines or 20% or 30% of the state guidelines. I think it's premature to support ongoing, continuing appropriations of money. And that's why I said at the FinCom, I support the appropriation at town meeting of the $7.5 million, which is a one-time to use those funds to help continue to meet the shy list and keep the safe harbor alive. Beyond that, until you all really understand where we're going here and who's being subsidized under what circumstances, I'd recommend you stick to the one-time contribution and not support continuing funding until that's all clearly understood by the voters. And frankly, I don't think it is at this point. So I think in terms of the Arthur Reed article, and of course the land bank takeaway article, both those you should recommend no, and support the $7.5 million. Thank you.
Nat, can I comment?
Yeah, go ahead, Christy.
Thank you. I'd be happy to have a further discussion about the affordable housing initiatives, but at 10 p.m. I'm a little bit tapped out, and I really think that it would be a poor decision to stop funding when there's so many other initiatives that the Affordable Housing Trust Fund is working on in terms of building ideas around equity sharing programs, and they do closing cost assistance programs and covenant formation programs. And there's so many other things to name that I can't spit off at the top of my head. But I just think that would be a poor decision to say a no to all of these articles, which could help not just build us to our 10% affordability, but help some of the other select board strategic plans around home ownership and other levels of affordability. Thanks.
Well, why don't
This
we?
is Wendy. I just completely second everything that you just said. Please. No, my sentiments are just the same.
I think that the key to this is that we, having all the information and understanding debt exclusions versus authorizations to borrow and things like that. If it's going to be in Article 8, there's a lot of information for some people to absorb that quickly. But can we, Andrew, I think what we should do is concentrate on 97 first and then go back to some of these more technical, finance type articles that are a lot more complicated.
Yep. Okay.
So and Judith's point earlier in the meeting and John's recent point, I think is true. I mean, this is, the land bank, as I've said many times over the years, the land bank is always going to be like sort of this piece of meat that people want to take a bite out of because they see it in the paper every week. And it's true. And one day something will happen that might be palatable even for them, but this right now will not. And I don't think that there's any question about that. But Rick is right too. The public doesn't really, understand how far we're going with housing and all the different things that we're doing, because there's an awful lot going on right now. So it is confusing for a lot of people. So I would entertain a motion to, support the Finance Committee in the Article 97 to get that one.
They haven't acted yet.
Oh, they haven't acted yet, Judith? Okay, so then.
Have they?
I'm sorry.
No, they've not. No.
Okay, so I'll entertain a motion to, not adopt the article.
To find it a matter of planning concern and to recommend take no action.
Yeah. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. All those in favor by roll call vote? Fritz McClure.
Aye.
Judith Wagner.
Aye.
John Trudell.
Aye.
Christy.
Aye.
Maureen Phillips.
Aye.
Bert Johnson.
Aye.
Wendy Hudson.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay. Andrew, you want to go, or Eleanor, Andrew, you want to go back to the 450 or 475? I believe is the right.
23.
Just trying to keep things sort of somewhat organized here with this.
So Article 23, Eleanor?
Is that the one? The
Yeah.
475 article?
Yeah.
Okay.
Give me a second, please.
Sorry, Eleanor.
You're keeping us up late, Mr. Chairman.
I didn't realize this was going to be happening, so I don't know what else to tell you. At least there's no sports worth paying much attention to at the moment.
I think you want 23.
23, yeah. Now, Christie, sorry to keep bugging you. Is this a one time, or is this isn't going to be an
This
Article
will
8?
be, the Article 23, the 475 is a commitment to the select board, assuming that it would go through every year, but it would be reviewed as to the amount.
Okay.
And again, this is something that we're thinking about combining with Article 8 just to
Right.
make that recommendation to FinCom.
Yeah. Okay. Does anyone have any comments?
Yeah, Mr. Chair. And
Go ahead,
this
Joe.
this fund is totally separate and independent from anything that the CPC allocates.
Correct. This is more for administrative cost studies, resources, like our HPP plan, housing production plan. The CPC is passed through to Housing Nantucket and Habitat for Humanity for them to build additional housings for rent and homeownership.
So this is going to end up being up to capital and select board, capital and finance committee to where this money goes each year if it's in Article 8. I'm assuming.
Rick Atherton has his hand up again.
Okay, well, I just wanted to ask Christie that first, and then we'll get to Rick.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Is this 475, if it ends up in Article 8, it's going to have, each year, knowing where it's, getting used, right?
Yes.
Whether
and
it's
it is
capital
still-
committee, yeah.
Yep, and it will still go through that
Whole
analysis
process.
this year as well. Even if it's moved into Article 8, it'll be discussed by FinCom.
Okay. All right, Rick, go ahead. Even though I can't see anyone, go ahead, Rick.
Nat, let's just be clear. When it gets into Article 8, it's subject to annual appropriation. But Article 8 operating expenses is what this is intended for, and not subject to the capital program committee review. And also the Board of Selectmen, or the Select Board, is talking about increasing this article or a separate article and increasing it to 2,475,000 in Article 8 for the Affordable Housing Trust. And how that extra 2 million will be reviewed every year is not yet clear. And I would suggest you'd be wise as a committee to wait until those recommendations by the select board are clear so you know what you're acting on. Thank you.
Anyone have any comments? Based on listening to this conversation a little bit, I think we're getting outside of our ability to make a solid decision because we don't have enough information on this. Is from our point, our review process. I would say, personally, being on the capital program committee for a while, that review process is pretty rigid, and it's a worthy process. if we're concerned about how the money ends up just being sort of just there on Article 8 and see you later and not really knowing what's going on with it to that detail. I'm not sure if we can suggest this, Andrew, but possibly that these in the future stay on their own article, separate from Article 8. But I mean, I think we might be getting into a little bit beyond what we would normally be recommending.
Yeah, you
Mr.
know,
Chair.
perhaps, Mr. Chairman, this is an article that we pass on at this point. I mean, it seems to be in an area of administration and
Yeah,
expenses and things like that. And seems to me that 24 is more, the remaining two articles have more significance, but it's up to you.
right. So in other words, you'd say that this one here, being in Article 8, isn't as big of an issue as the other ones, correct?
I would say so. I mean, this is this is $7.5 million. It's leading directly to, housing construction and
Yeah,
whatever. It seems to be, where the other one, I think, there still can be further discussions about where it goes and who oversees
yes,
it.
yeah,
It's up to you all.
okay, okay. Judith, you have any comments?
I was just going to say, I feel as though we're beyond our purview if we start opining about operational budget that's under control of town administration. And if we think this one is important, I think that's fair game. I think the one affecting the land bank touches us on multiple fronts, not only
Yeah.
affordable housing. The short-term rental tax allocation, to my mind, is a policy call. It's not just day-to-day operations, so I can see that. But more so, I think we're just getting exhausted, and we still have to act on the transportation planning position. So I would suggest, I'll make a motion just to move it along for Article 24, that this is a matter of planning concern, and that we vote to support it.
Support 23 or 24 or both?
24,
Okay,
because it affects shy list eligibility, and it affects a lot of other things.
yeah, okay. So you want to make that motion, Judith?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay. Okay, take a roll call vote. Fritz McClure.
I have a question. I don't understand which, we were talking about the 475, now we're talking about 7.5 million. What are we voting on?
Article 24, the 7.5 million. My proposal is 20, the prior one in terms of relating to town budget allocation to fund administrative costs of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, I don't think is really within our purview as a regional planning entity. I think it's internal operational matters, but I think assuring safe harbor, as Christy explained this, is in fact important as a matter of planning concern. So it is a matter of planning concern, and I would support it. But maybe nobody else wants to. That's just to get a motion forward so we can dispose of these and move on.
But I don't understand. We discussed two articles. Is this motion on 23 or 24?
No,
24.
I'm making no motion on 23. I'm saying leave 23 on the side. My motion only applies to 24.
Okay. I got to tell you, I'm getting really tired. I'll vote aye, but I have to tell you, I'm really tired.
That's a taskmaster.
No, not at all, actually, but okay. Judith,
Aye.
John,
On Article 24, aye.
yeah, Christie,
Aye.
Maureen,
I'm going to say that I am not, I've been trying to listen to this as we go bouncing back and forth. I really, and I've heard so many different opinions on different articles. I am going to, what is it, pass. I'm not,
Abstain.
what?
abstain.
Yeah, I'm going to abstain. I really think this is too important. And I think, I guess the other I just have a question too. Do we have to do this particular stuff tonight? This is our last chance to have opinions on this? Because, I mean, I tried to go through the stuff earlier. Unfortunately, since this isn't something I live and breathe with, I'm not as clear as I want to be, to vote this. I wouldn't, this is something you're asking me to sign. I can't sign it because at this point, I am, there's too much information out there and I'm having too much trouble giving it the proper weight. So I abstain and I wish that we could do this at a later time when we're not all exhausted and we have heard so many things. So,
yeah.
So I'm abstaining.
Okay, I hear you. Bert,
Aye.
Wendy,
Aye.
okay, the chair votes aye.
You skipped me, but I say aye.
Yes. Okay. Andrew, so next item is the transportation planner position situation. Would you just give us a little, so no one gets, so everybody is clear on what we're doing here?
Well, I think it's going to be simple. Eleanor, can you please put up the chart, the organizational chart, please? Okay, so the situation with the transportation planner is that we've been trying to fill this position. I think, as you know, or you should know, the transportation planner position as it exists is 100% funded through state funding that comes to the NP and EDC as a regional planning agency. So not only is the entire salary paid for, all of the benefits and a portion of the rent and the pencils and everything else is paid for using state funds. So that person works very independently. I would say that, there have been 2 transportation planners. I've worked with both of them, and the position has expanded in scope and responsibility over the years that I've been here. And that's the only time a transportation planner has been here. So my position after discussing this with town administration and Leslie's position is that the funding for the position belongs to the Planning Commission, and we want to use that funding to create a more advanced position, which we're calling the transportation manager. So that position would be equivalent to the building commissioner in plus. It would be equivalent to the housing specialist in town administration, or the real estate specialist in town administration. It would be part of our management group. It would be elevated out of the union that covers it right now. The particular, there's several limitations of around the existing position. that make it unworkable in terms of salary and in terms of flexibility of the position. We've interviewed somebody that we think is great. We think that there could be other people interested if the salary was more competitive, and the salary is within the range of what was paid to the former transportation planner. So our position is simple. We want your support to create a transportation manager position, fully funded by the NP and EDC transportation funding, that we can discuss with a current candidate or seek additional candidates to fill this job, and that the current position is unworkable. So any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Anyone have any questions?
Yeah, I
Go ahead, Bert.
So
mean,
we have a
Fred,
job
sorry.
description. I don't understand the difference between what this person would do and what the prior person would do. What is their difference in the job description?
Well, the difference is that they're going to have a higher level of, I guess, responsibility, and the demands of the new job, I mean, of the existing job to a certain extent, for some of the things like modeling and other things, weren't part of the original job description for transportation planner. Our position is this person that occupies this job needs to be in a management role. The transportation planner will remain, and if the town appropriates funding for a more junior level person, that could be considered in the future.
And when you say this comes out of commission funds, where do the commission funds come from?
From the state.
State.
This
And
is
how large
Wendy.
is that?
What?
Go ahead, Fritz.
This is Wendy. I just was going to be.
Oh,
Sorry. Go ahead.
no, go, Fritz, just let Fritz finish it's hard to tell what's going on when you can't see everybody, so I'm sorry. Go ahead, Fritz.
Yeah, I can't. Sorry, Fritz.
Yes, I'm sorry.
There we go. Sorry about that.
What's the question?
So I didn't understand. I didn't realize there was funding from the state for. So we have the commission has separate funding. How much?
There's a total funding of 200 and something thousand. Fritz, I don't have exact numbers. The funding from the state pays for 100% of the salary of the transportation planner, and it always has. So
Okay.
It pays for a certain percentage of my salary, depending on how much time I'm putting into it. That has been 10% historically. It also pays for a portion of Eleanor's salary. Right now, it's paying for a portion of Billy Saad's salary, again, as we try to tread water and keep everything going here. So, and that same funding pays for overhead costs and some generalized, there's a formula, I think it's 90% of the, I mean, all of this is so incredibly complicated. And this is why there needs to be one person dealing with this. I mean, again, I could spend a long time explaining all of the, the people from the state make it sound like it's very easy. It's not easy. The person in the transportation planner job needs to be in contact with them pretty much consistently all the time.
Yeah.
Well, I'll just leave it this way. I have no doubt that we need a position to help us deal with the transportation funding, because it sounds like unless we have somebody who knows how to write the grant, we don't get any money. So I support that. But I don't think what you're just proposing is quite as simple as you think it is, at least for me. So I'm not prepared, just personally, I'm not prepared to vote on this tonight. Everybody else can, but I'm not.
Mr. Chairman, we really need to be able to vote for some concepts before we spend as staff time setting this up and trying to get this moving forward. So I don't know what to say.
Yes, I think to bring it back to earth a little bit, we've reorganized bigger things than this in the planning department over the last, since 2012. And this is actually very, I think, a small reorganization of something that we're just reorganizing one person in theory. When we did it with Leslie, the deputy director position kind of got created and the other one got kind of moved to the side. It hasn't been filled, that kind of thing. And that's essentially what we're doing here. And I think also the most important thing is we never knew we missed Mike Burns until we didn't have him. That is for sure. And even people that don't know who he is miss him. So I think that what staff is trying to do here is something that is pretty innovative and can get us into a better starting position. As Andrew indicated earlier, we've only had 2 people do this. I mean, Beth Giannini, when did she leave, Andrew? 2003, 4, I think. And I mean, I barely remember her. If she walked into me, I wouldn't remember her. So,
Matt, can you see Wendy has her hand up, just so you know.
Oh, I'm sorry, Wendy. I see. Oh, look at that. The little hand thing. I'm sorry about that.
It's my real hand, that it was the other. I just want to strongly say, if anything we've seen since Mike has departed, it's that we had a void in the transition, and any organization needs to have a bench staff to pull up. And this idea seems like it's really good. And if we haven't been able to, attract the right person, then this looks like a really creative, forward-thinking, positive move that I support, and I'd like to make a motion that we move forward with Andrew's suggestion.
I'll second that.
Can I do that?
Yep. Who was that? Bert?
I second it, yeah.
Okay. By roll call, Fritz?
I abstain.
Okay. Judith?
Aye.
John Trudell?
Aye.
Christie?
Aye.
Maureen Phillips?
Aye.
Bert Johnson?
Aye.
Wendy Hudson?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Eleanor, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for all this effort here, and the gentleman, hopefully we can meet him at some point. Andrew, do you want to go through these next items here? Quickly? Or are they just?
Anyone has questions on my report, I think it's, you can review that and let me know if there are other questions privately, or if you want to discuss anything, we could.
Where are we with the census? When is that gonna happen? Do you have any thoughts that the numbers might be closer to reality?
Well, fall of 2020, this fall, there's supposed to be some initial releases, but by all accounts, there's quite real questions that it will be an undercount.
Yeah. But
again, we will get the numbers we get, and we will have to live with them for 10 years. So.
Yeah. Okay. I don't really have anything to add at the moment that I can think of. I know that something that Wendy wants to talk about real quick with the repack, RPAC letter. If you want to, Wendy, or do you want to?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, just to call your attention to the letter that was sent from the Rural Policy Advisory Commission to the Rural Caucus legislators, very much along the lines of what we just did with, like which articles for town meeting or of import. They went through the, I mostly will give credit to Linda Dunleavy from the Franklin County. She's amazing and called out policy or articles, whatever, for the state legislator. And we're all tired. But like there's, many hundreds, and the ones that were of special interest to rural policy and asking for co-sponsors from the legislators. And that list that kind of rose to the top is at the end of the packet for your review. And just wanted to make sure all were aware. Thank you.
Sorry, I jumped on that. I just didn't want to forget, Wendy.
COVID task force, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Andrew.
Well, that's not my, that's either Christie
That's
or
me.
Leslie. Yeah.
Okay, sorry, Christy.
That's
Go ahead.
okay. And Leslie too. So I was going to give this update, I think at our January meeting, that Libby worked with the Chamber of Commerce to put together a COVID task force, which is chaired by myself as the NPDC rep, Alicia Carney as the president of the chamber, and Janet Schulte as the Department of Culture and Tourism. And we put together a small group with some business owners and town staff to put together recommendations to have a safe and successful 2021 season. So it includes the summer and the fall. Just a really quick overview, because I know it's late. We have 3 groups, one looking at resources and grants, in which the town was just able to provide about $150,000 in grants to the chamber to disperse to small businesses. We also have a open streets and work group, which is looking at outdoor dining for this season, which Leslie's involved in, and Amy Baxter. And then we have an outreach committee, which is working on getting information to businesses to make sure that everybody is set up for this season, and making sure that they have investments in technology that will help them, so that we can make sure our community is safe and our businesses are successful. And I give an update every Wednesday at Select Board during the COVID update. So if you have any questions, you can listen in there, or feel free to email me.
That's great. Christy, thank you very much for that. Does anyone have anything else and we've kind of jumped around a little bit. I'm reading the open space thing, as it's not technically on here, but that's other committee, Andrew, or is that?
The open space plan is, that's another contract that is underway. We're roughly at 40%, I would say. They're doing research and the map presentations. The open space plan has to be consistent with state guidelines. It will open up some potential funding sources for us, and more to come on that. It's I've put in the rough schedule of upcoming quarters of additional work, which we're generally on schedule with.
Andrew, and just a quick question, I'm reading some of this stuff. Is there any opportunity to, not sure if this is the right word, find like that mitigation thing earlier today, talking about that, finding land that is sort of, it's sort of like housekeeping here. There's little pieces here and there that no one knows who owns it, or town sort of, and this and that. There's, opportunity here to really, sort of some of the stuff that we talk about it right away. Alan has the trails, connectors, and that kind of stuff. Is there sort of crossover between Land Bank, Conservation Foundation, mapping? Is there ability to get funding for some of that to kind of complete some of these things that have been going on for 25 years, really? And the railroad bed playing out in, the Tom Nevers part, Wisconsin.
There's funding for, pretty active funding for trails. I know Rob has made a submittal, and there would be funding for trails and that kind of work, yes.
Because there's a lot of that you know, I hate seeing things, you know, working away from other efforts. So hopefully that, in that GIS mapping part, you know, there's a lot of, Alan's been instrumental in that, and so has Lee. So just thought I'd throw that in there for their input. Does anyone else have anything from any other committees or anything besides people being half asleep and starving, or both? Sorry.
Make a motion to adjourn. Second.
All those in favor by roll call: Fritz McClure.
Aye.
Judith Wagner.
Aye.
John Trudell.
Aye.
Christy Ferrantella.
Aye.
Maureen Phillips.
Aye.
Bert Johnson.
Aye.
Wendy Hudson.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you all for your patience with us. Take care.
Thank you. Thanks,
See ya.
everybody.
Aye.
All right.
Aye.
Have a good night.